You may want to say hello to everyone. So you just got to come
Okay,
in.
right, we're live on YouTube now.
All right, so we'll start the meeting of Wednesday, the 20th of May. Welcome everybody to our first meeting where we'll be able to meet face to face for some time. We still have a couple of members out on Zoom. And we've got an apology here from Councillor Ravenclaw, and there's an apology for lateness from Councillor Hart, who's still trying to get his IT sorted out exactly, and we'll come on as soon as we can. If you only will note that, so can I ask for a move of apologies from Councillor Ravenclaw and one for lateness from Councillor Fraser, second to Councillor Menzies. All those in favour? Against?
George is here.
Carried. Okay, so we have,
No, he's there.
okay, so we have Councillor Harper. Welcome, Councillor Harper, to the meeting. And we've got a wave, so it's cool. So you guys can't see that. Okay. Over here. All right, so we'll move through the rest of the agenda. Leave of absence. Are there any applications for leave of absence? None. Any conflict of interest in relation to this matter? No public forum. There are no extraordinary or urgent items. And we have the confirmation of the council minutes from the 7th of May. I'm happy to move those as a true and correct record. Is there a second? Councillor Kramer. Councillor Kramer, second that. All in favour?
Aye.
Anyone against? It's a watching game, this is carried. Okay. So the first item on the agenda is item 7.1 on page 7 in relation to the speed limits bylaw. Thank you. Okay, oh, you're waiting for something.
You're all set. Okay. Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Please put up your hand if you're unable to hear me at any time, or a wild wave maybe will be helpful. So the purpose of this report is to conclude deliberations on the draft speed limits bylaw with the intention of adoption at council's next meeting. I'll take the report as read, but would summarize two aspects: a refresher of the bylaw review process, and present three issue areas for council to deliberate. And I'll run through this before getting into questions, please. And I apologize that the map's legend colors are distorted on the agenda. You'll be aware that a clean version was sent out on the hub that should provide clarification if there's confusion there. So the bylaw review process entailed of technical and on-site review prior to preliminary consultation with CBs, councillors, and ZTA. The statement of proposal was endorsed by council in August of 2019. The SOP contains the draft bylaw and also listed the proposed changes and why. It states that amendments including to the draft could be made, including speed limit increases, decreases, and changes to areas where a decrease limit applies. So that's the scope. Council consulted in the spring and submissions were presented on the 18th of December 2019. Deliberations began on the 4th of March. Some decisions were made and council elected to adjourn deliberations in order that they could review roads in their wards as to whether they had further comments on the submissions and changes proposed. With deliberations, council may only deliberate on changes for which feedback was received through the consultation process. Another formal consultation process is required if council elects to propose changes outside of this. So you'll see in the report, there's three recommendations at F, three options, sorry. Make decisions now on all the issues. make decisions on the issues council are able to agree on, and adopt a bylaw with those changes, and conduct another review as soon as practical to address outstanding issues, or propose another way forward. So that's the recap of the process. So now there's 3 groups of decisions, and the first is changes to the draft bylaw that have come about as a result of submissions. So that's at recommendation H and table 2 of the report. So this is where submissions were received requesting council to consider a change. Staff support the suggestions. So it's a process of council listening to and responding to community feedback. The second group are those changes requested by councillors that council deliberate today. So these are on the table for council to deliberate because submissions were received on these roads. The first of these, and they're at table 3 in the report. The first of these roads is Sandy Brown Road in Tiano. The current speed limit is 80. Proposed is 60. And Councillor Kramer would like council to deliberate 50 for this road. And the report outlines why staff recommendation remains at 60. The second in these is Turbine Drive within Monowai Township. It's at recommendation I. It's currently 50. Councillor Harper would like council to deliberate a 30 limit for this road. And additionally, the report outlines why the staff rec is 50. The third in this group is Lilburn Valley Road. It's at recommendation K. You'll recall that council endorsed an 80 km/h speed limit for this road on the 4th of March. Councillor Harper would like council to deliberate changing the section from, so just one section, from Thicket Burn Campground to Lake Hiroko down to 60 due to potential for slippery conditions. The remainder of this road would stay at 80 under this proposal. So that's the second group of changes. The last group is whether council agrees that the Stewart Island and school road safety issues sit outside this bylaw review, such that separate reports be done to address these issues. So for Stewart Island, that means a report to the CB for feedback on the submissions proposing reducing the island speed limit to 30. For school road safety, that means a report to services and assets to discuss what a proactive audit on school road safety could look like, including interim measures. This is staff's recommended response to submissions requesting a blanket 60 for all rural school roads in the district. So to conclude on that point, if after deliberations, council elects not to follow the staff rec in this regard, this is where the options identified at F are triggered. For example, partial adoption and a review of a bylaw brought forward to address remaining issues. The reason for this is that such blanket changes go beyond what was consulted on, and a new process would need to occur. So that's sort of my summary. I'm happy to turn to deliberations, and I'll leave Hartley to facilitate questions. I propose that it might be easiest to do so by going through the recommendations starting at G, and that's the Stewart Island and school road safety issue, and proceeding that chronologically, and then returning to F and above as to which overall option is most appropriate. But Your Worship, I'm happy to defer if you've got a different suggestion.
I'm happy with that, thank you. Can everybody hear me out there? Councillor Byers had issues, I think. Can you just wave, you can hear me down the island?
I can hear you, Stewart Island.
Awesome, thank you. Yes.
That's appropriate that the community board have a look at that speed limit, and that would work pretty well. So their board meeting is next Monday the 8th. So if you can get it included, and that would be useful, please.
Okay, we'll just hear from Mr. here, and then we'll go from there, Councillor.
Thank you very much. In terms, it's good to hear the school roads presenting information to the community board. That's definitely our stance. Over the date of next week, that's a little bit too soon in terms of prepare a report to actually present. But we definitely look at the a subsequent meeting to present the report to the board.
Okay, so have you gentlemen got anything else you wish to add to this report?
Not at this stage. As Kieran and I told, we're happy to take questions, and then whether we're best placed or Kerry's best placed to respond to that, I'll just facilitate on that.
Okay, no, that's good. All right, are there any comments or questions in regards to this matter? Councillor Kramer.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, there's a couple there I'd like to talk to. One is the map of the Tianao Township that identifies that the Tianao Terrace goes from 50 to 30. But when you look at the map, it doesn't actually identify the Tianao Terrace. Hello, I'm just going to get to it myself.
On the better maps.
As soon as I get to it.
Could be 184 or something.
Okay, go into it, yeah. Get onto it at the moment.
184's got the TASC.
Page 184.
That's the one you.
Is that 184 the main agenda or 184 the extra?
184, the photo on it. Is that the,
So 184 of the main agenda or the map page? Because there is that page with the better maps.
I'm on the main agenda.
yeah, I'm trying to find the Tianao map one. Everything but. But anyway, while I'm trying to find that, what it shows is the change to the speed limit is along the lakefront by the Rodeo grounds, when in fact it should be the road. I'm trying my PC here.
If you're on the supplementary one, it's page 75 and 74.
Apologise for this. Yeah, when you see it, when you see the page itself, you'll see the colour in blue, which is at the top there, along the lakefront there. The terrace itself is actually along the shoreline from, as you come into the township, right from, the terrace itself comes from the town centre towards the boat harbour. That's the area that should have been 50 down to 30 because of the congestion of the vehicles there accessing the caravan park there. And we always have a large number of camper vans, not at the moment, that stick out onto the road, and there's always been that risk and that danger there. So the blue area is actually in the wrong place. It should actually be along the lakefront where the township is itself.
So just for clarification, is that outside Clint Terrace?
No, if you go further up where the roundabout is going into the main shopping area, from there going to the boat harbour. It's that stretch along there, that's actually called the Tianao Terrace. So I just think it's been identified incorrectly because there is no roadway, Tarsill roadway along the foreshore going towards the north.
Through your worship,
So through
my understanding is that submissions relating to this request related to within the green space within the marina. And so insofar as there's not a tar seal road, I would agree, but the 30 was proposed by submitters who felt that within the marina playground park area, a 30 was indicated. So there was no submissions regarding a decrease along the tar sealed lakefront part.
But isn't that the Tianao Terrace road that you've identified? The Tianao
So-
Terrace?
The official road.
So, I'll let Mr. Reno just comment on that first,
Sure.
because legally the road does run further along the lakefront. I'll let Mr. be done.
I think, well, that's, yeah, the submission, I believe it did respond was, as Carrie alluded to, was for this green space and yet it was referred to as town terrace because it's technically the town terrace carries on around through the park green space, and then along the shore line.
Doesn't quite make sense, doesn't quite add up. Because that's really the concern has been from that roundabout going into the main shopping area right along that foreshore right through there, because that's where been the highest risk and the highest issues have been. So I just can't understand why that wasn't part of that.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone on what the submissions are that we've received and we've reviewed it. You know what I mean? And yeah, it was for the unsealed portion of this.
There may have just been a misinterpretation, but you're saying there isn't, and that's what it is. The other one is Sandy Brown Road, of course. We discussed this at the Fuel and Community Board again the other day, and they still have a desire to have that reduced down to 50 and not 60.
So, in terms of from a technical perspective, I think we've covered this previously as to why come up with the 60 recommendation, and even the 60 is pushing it. Doesn't quite qualify. Strictly speaking, 60 is even a bit on the low side. In terms of, I suppose, a bit more context, in terms of current compliance that we have seen with the 80, just to give a bit more context, is the average or the 85th percentile speed is 81. So at the moment we do have reasonably good compliance with the current speed limit. So we also are on for that. If we do reduce it too far without any other positive effective management measures in place, there could be a compliance issue with that section of road. Mr. William or Kerry, do you like to add anything on that?
No, I mean, I think I'll leave it on your technical assessment as far as that road's concerned, Hartley.
Thank you.
Is the V85 of is the term that is used for measurement of the compliance for the speeds of particular roads, and the V85 kind of at 81 k's is an indication that based on the infrastructure risk rating and the speed environment that it does tend to be higher. So that's, as partly alluded to, that it pushes in for a 60, but going for a 50, it's pushing it a lot further away from its speed environment.
So, Mayor, if I can add, I would listen to the comments yesterday from the board, Fuel and Community Board, and I think they would want you to push it. They even want a D-string crossing or a courtesy crossing in that area because of the numbers of people that are using that area. Children going to school, Cecil will consider Ford College from the new subdivision and behind, help me give the name of it, the Alpine Village. So I think if we can push it, it would be something that the town folk on behalf of the community board would support.
In addition to that, Your Worship, that you've got one development there already, and there's another development on the other side of the road. So there's going to be an increase in volume of traffic. There's going to be an increase in volume of foot traffic as well. We just need to be mindful of that and be part of our forward planning. So we should be recognising that now. It should be reducing it down to 50 rather than 60.
Can I just clarify a couple of questions? Firstly, from you, Kerry, and then also Hartley. So the clear technical advice that 60 is the appropriate speed limit. In terms of the submissions process, though, Kerry, we've got submissions that say this should be 50k. So going to 50k would be fine in terms of it's within, and this was the road consulted on, so it's within the scope of the bylaw process from of this review.
Correct.
Okay. So the risk of council going with making the decision go 50 is you may end up with NZTA disagreeing. But that's fine. The council just knows that's the risk, and then ultimately, of course, NZTA can direct you to do something else. But the council can actually make the decision to go with 50. This needs to be very clear. Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. And then again, on the technical aspect, there's whether we actually get compliance with 50.
That's part of the process, which clearly raised as part of the technical process. So ultimately, it's a decision for council to make whether they want 50 or 60. Just be aware that you may get overridden by NZTA, that's all.
No, absolutely understand that. However, I agree with Councillor Framer that this is future proofing that. This review only occurs every 5 years. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Keys, Councillor Douglas, Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Worship. On page 215, the description of the speed limit that comes into force here for under 60, it says at Haldane. I raised this because with the staff earlier, and they've come back and said that it's appropriate to leave it in there because of maps 49 and 63. But the area is not that those maps relate to being 60 is not actually at Haldane. It's at Tokanui. It's relative to the area of the Tokanui Haldane Road in Tokanui itself. So I don't believe that reference should actually be there because it says at Haldane.
So should it be Haldane / Tokanui?
Well, that's not what this description is, though.
No, that's what I'm asking.
No, I don't know. Well, the rest of them are all at specific places rather than referring to roads. So at Tokanui, it covers this, not. But at Haldane, I don't know whether the staff.
Through your worship, I think the reason for that confusion relates to the fact of the name of the road being Tokanui Haldane Road. So for cross-referencing purposes, it's included. I agree with you insofar as it not being crystal clear, but that would be why I understand that's happened is that Tokanui Haldane Road, reference to Haldane, intersects in there. So Hartley, do you have anything to add on that? Or, I mean, certainly it's not a material change to look at clarifying that for the bylaw that council adopts because it's not changing any limits, it's a clarification.
Well, through you, three of those maps that are referred to there are not applicable. They shouldn't be in there because there's no 60s on 60Ks on them if I've got the colouring right. But there's two that are, but yeah, as I say, they are at Tokanui rather than at Haldane.
So yeah, I don't have a lot more to add as per Kerry. It's trying to clearly, I suppose, between the maps and the wording, trying to get them to match up and explain where it stops, and hence why we have the maps. It's generally a lot clearer as to where the speed limits are, because trying to describe it down the road can be quite tricky. The other group is, I use the Okana example where we're shifting 50-70. It's a very minor change and it's more on-site sort of constraints.
It's specifically at a Tautau, whereas this is not at Haldane.
So the point raised by Councillor Keys in regards to, did you say a couple of maps don't actually refer to 60K?
Yeah, maps 37, 42 and 50 don't have references to 60Ks on them. So they need that I'd raised that with staff, they were going to alter that. But yeah, when I look back, I just think that still that thing at Haldane, not at.
But it's been explained by Mr. Hearing, you give your explanation.
But, so I don't think it helps clarify.
I'm happy to take any other suggestions around a name if it's going to be clarify it.
Yeah, it's interesting that they all say it.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you get into using it and using a road name like that refers between places, it sort of, creates confusion also.
Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just following off from what Mr. Ruru said about NZTA being able to challenge a decision that we make here. On what basis do you believe they could challenge, and do they ultimately have the final say?
Yes, they do, and it's written into the
2007 speed limit setting rule.
And so just the early part of the question, on what basis would they challenge?
It'd be on the basis of the technical assessment usually, and they probably rely on that. But that doesn't stop you. That doesn't stop you making a decision, and then it's I'll use the word higher authority in a figurative sense, overruling you in terms of the decision that you make. That shouldn't stop you making the decision that you believe is the right one. Consider all factors, that's your job.
Okay, Councillor Scott, Councillor Fraser.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add to the sentiment of Councillor Kramer and yourself, Your Worship, that I think the community board's written quite a strong submission there, and I think that's the voice of the community, and I really think we should listen and support that over supporting what transit might do. I think that's a move we should make, so just supporting the sentiment.
Councillor Fraser.
Yeah, I'd support that as well, but I was really looking at Lochiel, which is map 65, last map in the supplementary document. Looking at the submissions and also experience on that road, the 60k on Smith, is it? On Smith Road, I don't actually consider that's where the accidents are. It's on the Lochiel Bridge Road in front of the school, and it's that intersection because there's a brow of the hill coming up. I would probably sit pretty comfortable if that road was 60, just from what I've seen and experienced on that corner, and also looking at the submissions. I think most of the submissions wanted that whole area to be 60. Would be a fair comment from certainly the people that have talked to me that made submissions. But yeah, that if someone's coming up from the bridge end and someone else is coming up from the highway, there's actually a brow and you don't see, someone's turning into Smith Road. That's the real crunch point where the accidents are likely. And I've actually seen a couple of pretty near misses and just about wasn't a near miss there. So I'd like to see that 60.
So that was part of this process today, though. So this is what this staff is saying, if you're not happy with parts of this, then it's total review.
Yeah, for that was submitted on.
Yeah, but those submissions must have been taken into account, but we'll ask staff.
So, Mr. Chair, for Lochiel School and that area in particular, wasn't an area that was originally, Ben can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was an area we originally had in the submission, or in the review. But because of the number of submissions we received around that area in particular relating to the school, it was considered. And it was a combination, I think, of, it's at that point that we did a technical assessment on both the drop-off area in front of the school as well as the surrounding area, and practically, again, where could we look at changing speed limits. I'll let Mr. Williams run through the comment.
Thank you. Yes, after the submissions, we went out and did a review, and these were the speed limits that came from that review. I would say, yeah, initially like in the 80, it's a similar situation as before, is the speed environment alludes to an 80k. Dropping it any lower would be at a push at a technical aspect. The 60k's down Smith Road was based on, if I was going forward, we managed that came out at 60 because going for SDA, I wanted all gravel roads at 60 k's eventually. So that's where that 60k came from, but the surrounding area it came back, it was 80. Of course, Lockyer School would be included in the school review. We would be part of that report of how we're going to go and do that. And then at that point, we'll be considering all sorts of different mechanisms. Lockyer School is actually on Smith Road, but of course, the pick up and drop off does happen on both, but that would be part of the review. You would have to consider all the traffic movements that are happening at that time. And during this review, if it was, even though the surrounding area might be different, it shows that an 80, maybe it will show that it might be appropriate to put variable speeds in it. But I think until there is look at it as a holistical approach, it'll be won't get much benefit from just a straight reduction in that area.
Through you, Your Worship. Similarly to the Te Anau scenario, there's a point of clarification that staff could make with a bit more clarity. I understand, thank you for the technical assessment and the indication that Lockyer School and that environment, the wider area, would be assessed through the recommended school audit that's articulated in the paper. Is the change that Councillor Fraser is recommending or wanting to support?
They might not be able to hear you online. Can you hear Mr. Russell online, you guys, on Zoom?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, man.
Is the change able to be, that decision able to be made by council, noting the technical advice? Is the change able to be made by council without impacting the bylaw review process? So the materially.
I think that question can should be asked or answered by Karen from a process/bylaw perspective. And yeah, that's just what on that is that we're assessing from a technical perspective, but such as council other changes.
So through you, Your Worship, I'm not sure whether I caught Hartley's comment there, but my understanding is on a process perspective, those changes could be made around Lockyer, and it relates more to a technical engineering aspect as to whether the changes Councillor Fraser are proposing are safe and reasonable for that road. So from a bylaw review process, it's my view that adjustments could be made on a legality, but it goes back to transport as to whether the changes are supported.
So what you're saying there is that bullet point could be changed to 60k?
From a strictly speaking legal bylaw review, yes, but I'm not the technical content expert as to whether, and I'm hearing from Hartley and Ben, a 60 right now is not supported by that road. So two different issues.
So how far away is the school review? Within 12 to 18 months?
So what we're looking at bringing is, as soon as practical, bring that paper to services and assets around what that review may look like. And then from there, we can progress in the reviews.
So at this stage, because of the submission process, we're looking at keeping it 100 to 60 on Smith Road and 80 on Lockyer Branksome Road and Lockyer Bridge Road.
Correct.
Councillor Fraser, if you've got any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I can live with it knowing that there's a review coming. But I just think the Smith Road to 60 doesn't solve the issue that they've addressed. And having gone out there and looked at it and seen where the accidents and talked to the people, I think it's the turning into Smith Road that's the issue with the oncoming traffic over the brow. And I'm not sure that changing Smith Road to 60 achieves any additional safety in that regard. But if it's going to be reviewed in the near future, then that's positive.
It's a possibility. There could be some local communication out there too, because there must be locals using this road. Anyway, we won't get into those type of situations. I appreciate that. So we've got Councillor Kramer, Councillor Duffy, and Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Councillor.
Oh, sorry. Before I start, is there anyone on Zoom? Councillor Harper, have you had your hand up?
Yes, I did have, yes. Yep.
Right, we'll go with Councillor Harper.
Ready to go? Okay, Your Worship. Monowai Turbine Drive, excuse me, the locals up there are quite concerned about that being up to 50. Turbine Drive, the houses there are very, very close to the road. Most of them have got hedges down the front, and it's only one step out for a little kid, and they're on the road. And the road is only about 3-4 metres wide, with a playground on the other side. The locals are no problem with the local traffic. It's just the out-of-towners coming down there and looking around and not excessive speeding, but 50 and 60 down that drive, and anyone coming out of there has really got no show. So they're quite adamant that they need that 30 k's down that piece of Turbine Drive. Right, and on the Lilburn Valley Road, from the Thicket Burn up, yes, there is actually a 60k sign at the Thicket Burn, and it's been there for quite some time. Some councils might recall up there, even Hartley, that there was a request a while back to get the 60 kilometres an hour sign cleared because it was hiding behind a bush and no one could see it right at the Thicket Burn Bridge. So it is definitely there, but by whose jurisdiction, I'm not too sure. And the other point we have is at Tuatapere on the 30-kilometre road heading, the 30-kilometre sign heading down Papatotra Road is too close to the town. It's been through the community board, and the community board requested that it be taken down to Boundary Road.
So that's not in what we're discussing today, though, as a Councillor Harper, so that'll be a separate issue.
Okay.
If it's with the community board, we'll let that process go through, but you're commenting there on the two matters that pertain to that area, which is Turbine Drive and the Lilburn Road.
Yes.
I don't know if the team here would agree, but is that similar to doing what the locals want and we get advice from NZTA?
Yep.
Through Your Worship, after this submission was done and a speed count was done on this particular area, as you can see in table 3, the 50 k's is based on a typical urban speed that we have throughout Southland, and the results from the speed survey, some of the decent I've seen throughout, is we have got incredible great compliance down there. The main figure, as you'll see, is the 85th percentile speed, which is, as alluded to before, is what we typically base our compliance on, and having a 40.6 kilometres an hour is great, and that alludes to the appropriateness of the speed. It's also a good point to note that it is a speed limit, not a target.
I think Councillor Harper, if you're still there, it's not a main road up there, Councillor Harper. I do hear from the locals at times, but it seems to be a fairly minimal used road, and I think we'll be struggling with that one. My personal view. And the Lilburn here, we know how the accidents occur up there. So, okay, Councillor Kramer, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to refocus on that Te Anau Terrace again, please. When you look from the Te Anau Township roundabout going towards the Boat Harbour, along that stretch of road, you have a restaurant, you have a large playground, you have toilets there, you have accommodation providers there, there's a garage on the corner. There's a lot of activity. And part of the concerns I know that were expressed by the community was that the Te Anau Terrace, it starts from the roundabout right around. I cannot see for the life of me why we would only look at one small section, which is a gravel road, that's been looked at, when in fact there's a high degree of activity along the road from the roundabout towards the boat harbour. So once again, I would like to see that it is the entire Te Anau Terrace that needs to be reduced down to 30 k's because of that activity in close proximity to that road. You've got the Lions playground there, and it's really utilised. You've got a lot of people walking across that road over to the lakefront and back again. You've got a restaurant there. You've got accommodation providers. So there is that significant amount of activity, and there's a risk factor there, which I think we need to reconsider. That is the full Te Anau Terrace Road that is reduced down to 30 rather than just a component of it. And the component that's been identified is a gravel road, and you'd be lucky if you could do 50 k's off. Yeah, you'd be doing pretty good. So there may have been some misinterpretation. So I would like to see that reviewed, that is entire Te Anau Terrace, because I think that's what it should be. And I think that was probably the intent from day one, rather than just a small component of it. The other factor is Sandy Brown Road. I think we should go for that 50 and push that all the way. It's been quite clear from the community board as well. And there was one other road, which is the Hollyfoot Road. I see it's still in there, wishing to have a speed limit there. In all probabilities, it will only ever go as far as Lake Marion Car Park. The rest of the road, in all probabilities, will not continue to exist. So I'm not quite sure how you want to cover that off.
Or at least that part to Marion is covered.
It is tar sealed.
So just touching on the Te Anau Terrace one, there seems to be some confusion over that. Because if I was issuing tickets in my old days, and they're on Te Anau Terrace outside the restaurant, they would get a ticket. And you'd be justified because it doesn't say from whatever the street is to whatever. So has there been a hiccup in regards to that definition? Because Te Anau Terrace does run from the roundabout right through past the boat harbour.
So I don't believe there has been, and that's why we have the maps so delineating where it is. And the actual signs, where the speed limit signs go up, they have to be within 20 metres of where the speed limit change is defined. So a section of road can have multiple speed limits. There's a minimum distance depending on the speed limit between the changes, but it is conceivable that a road with the same lane can have multiple speed limits along that section of road. When we did the assessment, the gravel portion of Te Anau Terrace wasn't on the radar the whole length. As I said, that was done about because of the submission, not something that staff they looked into the first time round. In terms of that risk aspect, the risk assessment is part of the technical aspects. Risk is taken into account. And irrespective of, say, of Te Anau Terrace, but with any of these, need to be mindful as well. We want to have a consistent approach to the road. So we send the road users there and the same message, so the same type of road with the same look and feel has the same speed limit. So there's also just something to be mindful of.
So do we need to be, help me here, Chief Executive or the roading team? This, I think Councillor Kramer's raised a really important point here. Did the submissions include that area of Tarsia, or was it, as we heard earlier, just around the boat harbour and that grass parking?
So the bylaw was clearly released with Te Anau Terrace, and in fact all the waterfront shown is 44 is 50. In fact, ideally that would be the time to pick this issue up. So, and the submissions on this, Carrie, were asking for Te Anau Terrace from the roundabout. No.
My recollection, I was just trying to flip through it because I can't be on Citrix, is that the submissions were requesting that due to the marina, the barbecue, and the playground park area, green space was the terminology used. And so that's where in the inference to it being from the marina turnoff.
Right.
So I accept what Councillor Kramer is saying, that there is also a playground area on the lakefront aspect of Te Anau Terrace. So it's open for council to consider that, and from a bylaw review perspective, but I would defer to Transport on the technical assessment as to whether that is supportable. But my assessment from a bylaw review process is that it is open for council to consider 30. It's whether or not it is supported on an engineering front.
So through you, Your Worship, similarly to the Sandy Brown Road scenario, council absolutely has the opportunity, based on Kerry's feedback just now, that you can make that decision. Should you choose to do so.
Thank you. Well, that's certainly something that I would wish to do on both of those roads.
So
Sandy Brown
in
its totality. And Sandy Brown at 50. And I'll reserve all comment on Hollywood Road. We'll see what it is.
There has to be a speed restriction on it, even if it is tomorrow.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Councillor Duffy.
Oh, it's just a question. I noticed in last reading of this report that there was a submission to do with, and it was Mabora. I'm not conversant with the area at all, but the comment was about an entrance into the camping area. This person wanted to be 20 Ks, and I have no idea. The way it read, I understood it was currently 80, but I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
I thought it was 30.
So through Your Worship, I had to look into that as well, Councillor Duffy. I was confused, and Transport clarified for me that the section being requested to be a 30 is within DOC's jurisdiction. So council's not at liberty to change the spot that is that was requested in that particular submission. Certainly we can communicate with DOC what we would like to have happen, but it's on DOC estate.
Oh, thank you.
So that road ends at the T, well, you don't know the area, sorry, but at the Y intersection that goes into a national park. And if anyone's past the 20K in there,
you couldn't do that. You couldn't do it.
I'm sure it's all 30 around the campground.
Well, it looks like it in this.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You write your car off in the first 50 metres.
Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to support Councillor Fraser's comments around outside the Lockwood School. So the area that I would like to see the reduction is from the Winton and Invercargill Highway across to the intersection there at Lockhill. So on that road, exactly as you're saying, coming over the brow of the hill, and you don't see children on the other side necessarily. You haven't got time to stop. My question is, did we seek any feedback from the schools in the area around concerns about the higher speeds outside the school areas?
It would be inappropriate for us during a special consultation process to go out and actually commission comments, advice, or submissions. It's actually quite a strict statutory process. So that's why we can do that pre us putting the bylaw out, the consultation, but once we get into the consultation process, we end up in a semi-judicial capacity in which decision makers need to stay pure to the process. And as I said, it would be inappropriate for us to go out and actively seek comment or feedback once the bylaw is out. The critical piece is for council to do its work and talk with stakeholders and community boards and people like the schools, which be part of that school review process. We go and talk to the school boards and even some of the parents and things if we wanted to with particular areas to say what do you think, what issues you face. But that needs to happen pre the bylaw being notified. not once we're in the process.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because this is kind of raised as a result of submissions
Yes,
and not in the process
yes,
itself.
Yes.
And we talked about that happening then out, so it would need to happen after this.
So we take that up in the school's review process that Hartley will be talking about, is go and talk to the school, the boards, and the principal would be the obvious place to go first. And they may want to do some surveys of the appearance and the rest of it, stuff to feed into that process. So we get a level of clear understanding of the local stakeholder views before we put the review out, the proposal out for the feedback.
Well, thank you. I agree with Councillor Fraser that we need to bring that forward as soon as possible, because that school review was going to take up to 10 years. Thank you.
I'd just like to reiterate this. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to go and actually go separately with the schools, because each school has its own unique situation or challenges, and trying to suss those out rather than just apply a blanket approach, which may not be appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors on Zoom, Councillor Harper, have you got any questions? Councillor Ford, Councillor Owen, or Councillor Weiss?
No, I'm right. Thank you.
Councillor Owen, have you got a question?
Yeah, I just have a question around, I've had a couple of public meeting type things where people have been talking about safety concerns on some of the roads, and I mentioned to them in Riverton the proposed speed limit changes there. They had some really good discussion around if speed limits were the best mechanism to address some of their issues, and I just wonder, and maybe it's a question for Mr. Ruru, what is the process? Is there a process by which I can take those community concerns and ideas about a number of areas and feed those into another mechanism if it's not the speed law bylaw?
Yeah, look, feed it back into the roading team would be the most appropriate approach in the first instance, and then they can feedback and even talk to the stakeholders if need be about what their suggestions. Yes, those are good ones, or maybe take your suggestion, modify it to reflect this particular view on it. The sort of thing you engage with the one,
We're trying to transport team more than happy to engage.
Okay, are there any further questions in regards to this matter? All right, so I might just go through a couple of these recommendations, especially here. Okay, so we've got recommendations A to E are the general recommendations, but you have recommendation F in regards to the options. Are you happy with the discussions that we've had here today that we proceed with option 1, or are you wanting to go to option 2 or option 3? You need to make that. Sorry, this is in the recommendations on page 8. Recommendation F. We've had a fair discussion on this, and there's been some points raised that that we'll put out there or push them. Especially around the
question.
Sorry.
A question for clarification. Just find it difficult to make that decision without having made the decisions at H. And are we accepting what's written in the agenda here, or are we changing like the Sandy Brown Road and potentially Lochiel? Do we need to make those decisions before we make the...
Summarise what I understand the decisions are that you would like to make, all right? And then, so the first one at H is changing the speed limit on Te Anau Terrace from 50 kilometres to 30 kilometres from the roundabout at whatever that street is in the main street.
Town Centre.
Town Centre. Through to the end of
Te Anau Terrace.
Town Terrace, Gravel Road. Changing Upukaroa Road's fine, then all those other ones in H stay unchanged. The first one on Sandy Brown Road is changing the speed limit from 80 to 50, so that stays the same, and you cross out the speed 60. Turbine Drive, the speed limit stays at 50. Here and there. And the other ones stay as they are, and you are, the going to K. You're happy with Ficketburn going to 60k from Ficketburn campground into the lake. And so those are the changes, those recommendations are as proposed there.
Councillor Duffy.
Well, the only question I've got to that is the Turbine Drive. I thought it sounded like it was fairly important to the local people that did go to 30.
Yeah, but the statistics don't match it. Okay. I don't know if you know, and no disrespect to Monowai, Councillor Harper, but it's not a great deal of traffic up there, and it's mainly locals. And, it would be a tough one.
When you've got the 85th percentiles at speed of 40 k's, that's one that I almost guarantee NGTA will be an overall GMA.
I think there's still a speed limit at both ends, isn't it? I'm pretty sure there is.
Definitely one coming in.
Yeah.
I can't recall them following.
It was built by Minister Works. Okay, I take your point there, Councillor Fraser. So actually, we can move these in their entirety if everyone's happy.
Okay, so Te Anau Terrace is going to be from the roundabout at town centre to the end of Te Anau Terrace. Has an intersecting street at the end?
No. It runs off into a
and Sandy Brown would have speed limit 60k and 215.
So the other suggestion I would make is that you actually delete recommendation if you don't need it, because the rest of the decisions are what you've done anyway.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree. So we'll remove it and make everything down. So comes in.
So through your worship, I may have missed it through Zoom, but was an endorsement made with respect to recommendation G, or are we not there yet?
We haven't got the. What we're talking about is taking everything in their entirety, and I heard from Councillor Ford at the start that he's more than happy for that Stewart Island matter to go part in the long-term plan. If you can you comment on that, Councillor Ford? That's what I picked up.
Yep, that's certainly correct, and the board would be the place to take that.
And then the other one is to around the school stuff there, Kerry. If you just want to confirm that will be occurring at some stage as well. So, are there any comments around those two recommendations?
So we find that recommendation G will need to fine-tune the wording. So council crossed out.
Needs to be agreed.
Council agrees. In fact, council just crossed out from council request staff to prepare a separate report for consideration by the Service and Assets Committee as soon as practical. Provide details on the audit. Request staff prepare a report that presents the proposal was to reduce business consideration on Stewart Island to the Stewart Island Rakiura Community Board. In fact, what I would say as soon as practical, rather than the specific date of the 8th of June. Now it'll be probably if there was a meeting on the 8th of June, or whenever the next meeting is, certainly not practical, we'll get there on Monday. That agenda will be going out today at the latest. So just as soon as practical will be the extended meeting.
So that'll be F1 and 2, the date taken out.
Yep. And look, H will need to be changed, the wording fine-tuned as well, where it's got agreed if council wishes to make decisions. So it would need to be council endorses following changes, so those are words before we get across that as well. Same with I. Yeah, just council agrees to change the speed limit on Sandy Ground Road from 80 kilometres to 50 kilometres, and the speed limit on Turbine Drive in Whanawai Township remaining at 50 kilometres.
Keeping up there.
You're about G1, is that staying as it is? This is around the school.
That's staying, yeah. Yes, yes, so
Sorry.
that's staying in the report.
That seems correct.
Kay's agreed to change.
It moves to F1. Staying.
Yep.
That's what it was.
Okay, so we can move these in their entirety. Thanks for.
Happy to move recommendations, noting the amendments.
Councillor Crane has said to move those recommendations, put the amendments and been seconded by Councillor Fraser. So, first, Councillor Scott. All those in favour?
Aye.
Panel on Zoom, we've got agreement. Against? Carried. Thank you very much for your time on that. It's certainly one of the bylaws that seems to take the most time to get sorted. That's like every 5 years. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the draft keeping of animals, etc. Page 305. The agenda item 7.2. Welcome.
This report is to present options so council can consider if it should amend the statement of proposal on the keeping of animals, poultry and bees bylaw to allow further consultation. So as you recall, on 4 March 2020, council endorsed the draft consultation and submissions were accepted between 12 March and 13 April 2020 and 5 submissions have been received. The last 3 weeks of the consultation process was when the government introduced significant changes to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, and consequently staff have concerns that people may not have a reasonable opportunity to present their views on the draft bylaw. So for this reason, staff have presented 2 potential options on how council could proceed. So council could decide to amend the statement of proposal and consult on the draft bylaw for an additional 3 weeks. Another option is council could decide to retain the original statement of proposal and progress to receiving and considering the submissions received. So this report is seeking a decision from council about its preferred option. This report also recommends a delegation be made to the Chief Executive to approve the final dates of consultation. At the time of writing this report, there was less certainty about which COVID alert level New Zealand would be in at this time. Staff are still recommending to keep this delegation just to ensure there's flexibility if necessary. And I'm happy to answer any questions about this report.
Thank you. Comments and questions around this report?
So how many submissions have you received? Right. And is that sort of normal with what happened last time?
I don't think we received many submissions on the last time we consulted on this file, but we had anticipated giving them 5. And we just sort of believed that people's attention might have been elsewhere during that time period. So we'd present these options to council.
There is the other thought that people possibly had more time this time to put in a submission.
For your worship, we also didn't make a prominent position on our website during that time, and we still ran the full special constitutional procedure process, but we didn't actively promote it perhaps as much as we may have done otherwise during the consultation period.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Richard. So I note in the report that if you want to do something outside the bylaw, you can apply for a permit. And so could you just step us through that process? I mean, does it involve staff coming out to view the property? Is it done remotely? Obviously, there's an element of trust in it, but yeah, how easy, difficult is that?
So the permit system proposed has, I think it's got some flexibility that staff may go out and check, they may talk to neighbours. I think there was flexibility around the approach that staff could take that would involve a member of the community just pulling it and getting it into an environment. And there would be a fee associated with that. I think Michael spoke to you about that last time.
So have we had that operating previously? We have.
It's been a slightly different system. It's been called dispensation, and yes, it has been operating. It's just a slight change in approach is recommended. Did used to have to get consent of the neighbours, and so that is not going to be required under the current proposed system.
Yeah, just, you know, I would have thought if it was outside the bylaw, wouldn't there be a need to consult the neighbour?
Through your worship, I think there was just some concerns that it had been used maliciously to stop other people from having animals on their property if there was a sort of a bit of animosity between neighbours. So that was why it's sort of been put as a discretionary council staff may decide.
Case by case. Councillor Kramer.
Yeah, Your Worship, I think the key for consideration here is to provide the opportunity to consult even further for a week because of COVID-19 and implications of that. So it's really providing additional time to have a consultation process. In light of that, I would certainly endorse option one.
I'll ask for a second. Is there any comments from those out on Zoom?
Yep.
Yeah, just to comment, I'm just happy to happy to support option one, extending the consent, the submission process.
Councillor Harper, did you have a question?
Yes, Your Worship. More a comment really. On the keeping of pigs and stuff there. Recently in our area, we've had a bit of a problem with one guy keeping a whole lot of pigs. And I see the permit system may cover this, but he certainly exceeded anything like that. He had pigs getting into his neighbours. They were right next to the neighbours. And I see the bylaw does cover 50 metres from any boundary. So that could have been addressed quite easily. However, it took about 2 years to come right. Not being detrimental to our local, to Jill, she was doing a very good job liaising with this guy, but he just didn't seem to want to take a great deal of notice. So really, what have we got in the way of teeth to sort some of these people out that seem to think that they can do what they like?
They can't do what they like, and if they're causing public nuisance, then that's when the team would step in.
Yes.
But the bylaw isn't given open slather for somebody to go and open a piggery behind you, Councillor, but that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think if somebody wants to keep an extra bit of an animal, that's illegal. They can get a permit. There for it. So yeah, I'm quite happy with the way it is actually, providing that's been enforced.
Absolutely. No, that's cool. All right, Councillor Kramer has moved the recommendations in its entirety that we have option one, so we don't need to have D that we consider it on how to proceed. If we go with option one, we can go straight to here. Happy with that, Councillor Kramer?
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Davis. Sorry, did you have a question, Councillor?
Yeah, just regarding the consultation, this will be the first time that the rural settlement areas will be involved in this, I think. And so are we making them aware that what didn't apply to them perhaps before might now. And the other question would be, do any of our townships have lifestyle blocks within inside the boundary? And what I'm wondering is, are people aware of the boundary line to what is covered by this?
So, through your worship, the rural settlement areas didn't end up going and being captured as part of the urban area rules. We didn't even know that is applying to the rural settlement areas. So that was, that decision that didn't happen. So, and we did try to make people more aware of the urban areas by specifically listing where there were urban zones and referring people exactly where to find those maps in the district plan. So we've tried to make that as clear as possible with the draft dialogue. But we didn't have to highlight those changes to the rural settlement areas because that didn't progress in the end.
Okay, so that recommendation's been moved and seconded. I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much for your time on that one.
Thank you.
So I am just aware of the time, and this next item maybe take some time to get through. So we might just shift to the management report on page 451 of the agenda, item 8.7, and then we'll take a break. Mr. Ruru.
Look, thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, I won't cover the COVID-19 because we have a separate report on the agenda covering that issue anyway, and our way of managers and the operational issues coming out of that. Water management, there, I referenced the report by the Auditor General, which is a little summary of his work over the last 3 years in this area. There's a useful read and a useful summary document of some of what he still sees as quite critical issues and gaps in the way in which water, and I'm talking both the management of the freshwater issues as well as the tree waters issues, are being managed across the country. And certainly highlights that there's plenty of room to get greater cohesion and consistency across the system as a whole, but also makes it clear, and particularly when you delve back into the 7 reports that were actually produced by the Auditor General in the last 3 years looking at these water management issues, that there's a long way for the country to go to reach the sort of standards that are implicit in management of not only the freshwater issue, which, as I said, is primarily a function of regional councils, of course, but also the 3 waters of water, wastewater and stormwater, which are very much, at this stage anyway, within the domain of TLAs. So just adds to the mounting evidence about the need for the sector and government to lift its game in that space. Infrastructure Commission, which of course is a new body being formed by Central Base part of it in this current term, are now starting to get up and running with their resourcing, and the first, one of the big strategy documents they're doing is obviously the 30-year infrastructure strategy, which will give more teeth and control around the way in which projects, major public sector projects are procured across the broader public sector, including local government, obviously. And that process is now up and running. In fact, there was a Zoom meeting with the sector involved just the week before last, I think it was 2 weeks ago, where they provided an outline of the work program they're doing and how they'll be liaising with the sector in the next 18 months as they progress that work around the 30-year infrastructure strategy. And obviously they're also referencing some of the work that's happening right at the moment in relation to the Three Waters review process and some decisions that are due out in the not too distant future around that. And that also links with the shovel ready projects process that's also underway. Interesting work there happening in the waste management space and waste collection, which is relevant. And then the other piece I'd probably highlight is the resource management amendment bill. This is an area, as we know, and you've had some reasonably extensive briefings on the work that, as a council, we need to do in this space around things like landscapes and biodiversity in some of those areas where we do need to strengthen our district plan. And this bill is giving the government, including the Environmental Protection Agency, the legislative authority to come and do our job for us. Particularly in the enforcement and monitoring space, where they will be able to have the power to intervene and enforce the right things through national policy statements and including our own district plan. So those changes are, the select committee has reported back to Parliament, and obviously the select committee's report, which is endorsing some of those powers, will get debated in the third reading process in Parliament in this normal process as it works its way through. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. It is important changes to the way, the framework in which we work, and as I said, the way in which that works through. The other issue I'd highlight is the broader next stage of the work program, which again, I think is something that you as councillors have certainly highlighted, the focus on the 4 well-beings. And the Auditor General in his annual plan is, and again, this is something he's discussed previously with the Local Government Reference Group, that he uses to provide advice on, is looking at doing a piece of work around how the public sectors contribute to delivery of the 4 well-beings, which obviously again comes out of the 4 well-beings of local government legislation, the living standards framework at the national level, and the sustainable development goals, of course, at the UN. So this is the OAG saying, how well is the sector cooperating, public sector in its very broader sense, working together to deliver on those 4 well-being, sustainable development goals, whatever level you living standards from, whichever level we want to look at it, and how can it improve that delivery, and is it actually making a difference in terms of achieving the long-term goals that we have as a country. And certainly some of the work that we've done, probably more so with the previous council, through the Future of the Futures type work and those discussions with the Big Questions book that the previous term councils will be aware of, highlighting there's certainly still room for New Zealand public sector to lift the game and get a greater level of consistency in its delivery. So it will be very useful for us to watch and monitor that work as it goes through, because I'm sure there will be some useful feedback that will get picked up and used, particularly as central government also thinks about, and there is a piece of work again, which I've commented on previous management reports, around delivery of community outcomes across the local government sector as that work rolls out. So some interesting work happening there, and there's obviously some good updates provided for you on the other parts of the organisation's work that's going on, and as you'll see, there is quite a bit happening there. So we're very happy to take any other questions you might have.
Just in relation to the Auditor General, that item 24, which said that he's going to look at the impacts of COVID-19 on the public sector and how they're responding. I guess they'll work with LGPZ as a whole, or individual councils.
Often they will do 3 or 4 councils to do this case study work on, so they'll do some targeted case studies. Stormwater, for example, was one where they reviewed 4 different councils, specifically in how they were managing. So I would expect them to do probably some targeted government work, as well as the whole of government, central government work frame. And obviously, health will be the health response will be keep across the board, and then probably come down to local government in a targeted case study. Way they traditionally do that sort of work.
Okay, any other comments, questions from anybody in regards to this report? Yes.
Thank you, Worship. In terms of the Environment Protection Agency coming in and saying if you aren't doing this right, would that actually be an advantage where we are struggling to get somebody to comply with their regulations? If we referred it to them and they took up the case of actually going to do the prosecuting and implementing.
I don't know that I'd encourage you to adopt that approach. You know, if we've set some rules for our district plan, for example, then it's also a legislative responsibility for us to ensure we enforce those standards.
If we're struggling to.
Why would we be struggling to?
Yeah, well, it's because the rules aren't strong.
Or we're not allocating appropriate resource to do the job that we're charged under statute to do. So, yeah.
So the yes, and I don't know if everyone got that from Marcus. If you haven't, I'll send it out to you later. But certainly getting into the tourism side of things, as well as the element smelter at Tinto, oceans reforms, Marlborough environmental plans, Mackenzie High Court appeal. They certainly take the time to get right into some of this stuff. So, yeah, I might delve into stuff too deep.
We should if we want to clarify the intentions of national policy statements, how it gets interpreted, things like that. What we would do that in a collaborative way with the appropriate agencies, which will often be Ministry for the Environment in a lot of cases, saying, look, how are you seeing this interpreted? Is there some case law or examples elsewhere in relation to this particular issue that would be helpful for us to look at? So in that sense, for getting guidance on appropriate technical stuff, but the task of actually doing what we're legislatively charged with doing, we should do.
Are there any questions out on Zoom? Fran.
So just a comment in around the EPA and what they can actually do. So they can actually look to support a council's investigation and or they could actually become the lead agency as well on an investigation. So they're possibly doing that to assist councils where there's, a smaller council, maybe where there's a very big issue that's occurring in their district. So you wouldn't expect for that to be happening on smaller issues, but perhaps there's something that's of national significance where that might come into play.
Thank you. Councillor Ford, did you have a question? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yep, no, I'm all fine, thank you. Let's go.
All right. Any questions? Steve, on behalf of the team, thank you very much for everything that's happened over the last few weeks. I know it's been bloody hard on everyone, and working from home, the whole deal actually has been tremendous effort keeping everything in line. And I know some of the staff have been attending at the EOC. There's still been questions coming in, still been business as usual. And I know that the meetings we've had between Abel and you and I have been very productive. And just taking the head off to every way that the staff and everyone have responded through this entire process. It's been great. And let's hope that the boat doesn't come back, really. We don't want to go back into a level 3 or a level 4 scenario again. So make sure you wash your hands before smoking and after. And I got the sanitizer down. I thought it was for Port South.
More colour. That's pure.
But no,
it's got no colour in it.
Top marks to everyone. Those that have been doing the management side of it, doing what did you call it? The IMT meetings you've had, and the way that the staff have responded through this entire process has been great. Okay, we'll take a break for a cuppa until 10. Oh, do too. I'll move that we receive the management report. Is there a seconder? Councillor Keast. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. We'll take a break till 10:45. Those out on Zoom, we don't know what we're having for smoko yet, but we'll let you know. 10:45.
Some of you may have seen Jason on Zoom. Jason's our new corporate Steve.
Oh,
hi, Jason.
Hello.
Welcome.
I thought you were from the press.
Oh, yeah, I thought that too. There's a media guy walking. I don't know what's worse, press or
You'd like one of the corporate ties because we might have a few spare.
Good.
Even Don
And Michelle, leading off.
Thank you and good morning, Your Worship and councillors. I take the report that's been read. This item relates to a report presented by Mr. Capel to the Community and Strategy Committee at their meeting on the 6th of May. In particular, this item relates to the proposed draft strategic framework, council activities and the grouping of those activities to be used for the long-term plan 2021-31. At a council meeting on the 19th of June 2019, previous council received a report to formally recognise note the strategic framework that guides the development of the long-term plan and the key strategies and policies as the next stage in the process. At that meeting, the previous council endorsed the proposed draft strategic framework to progress the development of the long-term plan, encompassing the mission, vision, community outcomes, and strategic priorities, and the grouping of activities from 27 down to 9. Prior to this, council would provide guidance to staff through a deliberative process in March and May of 2019 to firstly consider and then assist in setting the direction for the long-term plan. This process supported the development of the draft strategic framework and the proposed council activities. Since the development of the proposed draft strategic framework and council activities, we've now entered a new triennium with council. It is now appropriate to firstly consider, and if council agrees, reaffirm the direction to provide the necessary guidance to staff as council enters the point of view of the long-term plan development process. This work complements the big picture and strategic workshops held by council to be discussed in the following item, and the direction provided at those strategic sessions has supported and reinforced the strategic framework developed by the previous council. Although staff's recommendation is that the draft strategic framework and council activities be reaffirmed and endorsed by this council, it is appropriate that the council now has a discussion at this time to ensure that it's still the direction to be followed. I'm now happy to hand over to Your Worship to lead that discussion, and myself, Ms Stevenson and Mr Capel available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So, you've all taken the time to catch up with this. I know there was been discussion in the past about some of these matters being revisited, so anything anyone wishes to raise or questions at the moment? Hands up on the screen. No questions here. Councillor Menzies, you mentioned a while ago, sorry, about some of the mission statements or visions being revisited. I just can't remember. No, it's sort of
Councillor.
Sorry?
Councillor.
Councillor Owen, sorry. Councillor Owen. Sorry.
Hi. Yeah, I just felt that the outcomes statements from the workshops didn't reflect any environmental outcomes that were picked up during the workshop. They talked about all the other wellbeings, but missed any environmental outcomes.
Okay, so do we need to revisit that, Mr. Capel, in line with the wellbeings?
I think the outcomes do come in the draft strategic in paragraph 15 do reflect the four wellbeings. Environment, kaiakitanga for future generations, covers off the wellbeing for environmental wellbeing. And then there's the cultural wellbeing, economic wellbeing, social wellbeing that come under there. So unless there's something the council wishes to elaborate on or expand on, and that's where the four wellbeings were covered off through those community outcomes. The major change that has been adopted in developing this draft is the community outcomes have gone from 2 to 4, and that those four community outcomes as proposed in this draft were attempting to reflect the four wellbeings as per the purpose of the local government.
Did you pick up on that, Councillor Owen?
Yeah. So the other thing that doesn't strike me as very strong in this is the vision statement. I don't think it paints a particularly clear picture for a vision. And I don't know if there is any opportunity to go back and revisit what potentially some of the other things were raised during the process. I don't think it doesn't seem to match very well what's been coming through on and some of the community concept plan work either. So it seems like a bit of a wishy-washy vision statement to me, and yeah, I just wanted to raise that.
Okay, so it was certainly a big discussion a year or so ago around the wording. We didn't want it too wordy. We wanted to keep it simple and reflect what the focus was of one community offering endless opportunities. I think we're still in that phase, but I'll ask for other councillors. Councillor Kramer.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that because I think it is still appropriate. We discussed Southland being as one community. We're all part of, say, for example, one big family, and there's all streams to it. So that is one community. We don't want to be separated, although we have different aspects to the different communities, but we are still one Southland. And we are endeavouring to offer endless opportunities within our own Southland district. So I think if we are and are capable of providing those opportunities, then that vision statement actually reflects that. And as you said yourself, Mayor Tom, that there was a lot of discussion around that, and I think it is appropriate, and I would certainly endorse its current statement.
So you picked up that this is Southland, it's not an individual community.
I think that's part of the key to it. That was part of that significant discussion we had at that time, that we realised that Southland is one community, and we are looking at opportunities within that entire district, not just parts of it. So I think that still reflects that vision.
Councillor Byers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I'm a little bit concerned, well, about a few things, but yeah, the mission and the vision statements, I'm not sure are particularly focused. We're in a bit of a difficult time, an uncomfortable time, and we know that we've got a lot of expenses coming up, and you know, further on, we've got 3 options for how we can approach our spending and our service levels. But as far as the strategic framework goes, I would have thought we would be better served if we had a particular focus, something that was a bit more accurate, and that, you know, there doesn't seem to be much mention of water, but water is one of the concerns that has been raised in numerous surveys about one of the concerns in our community, but it's hardly mentioned at all, and yet it's one of our core services. And this mission statement, the vision statement, the community outcomes, it all seems to me to be a little bit wishy-washy.
I'd like you to explain wishy-washy, because it's got to cover everything that we can, and we can't delve down into water, whatever land use, or whatever. I know it's difficult, hence why it's, you know, the priorities are there about being better preparing our communities and council for change. I read in there, so supporting healthy environments and sustainable communities, where water would come into those sort of events. I take it you mean drinking waters. And the healthy environments is our wastewater. I'm hearing what you're saying, but this number 15 is a
all-encompassing
framework, all-encompassing look at where we're at, and then we get further down into some of the further details.
I'd be very concerned if we weren't working together for a better Southland, because that is all-encompassing. And that includes all those aspects that you've raised before. So we are working together for the betterment of Southland. So it includes your water, all your infrastructure, all those aspects. It's all part of that.
believe me, councillors, that when this was discussed, I think we've gone from about a 14, 15 word down to a very short, concise to try and cover the entire mission and our vision.
But it's not giving us anything to focus on as an organisation.
It's as Councillor Kramer said, we're all working together as for a better Southland and offering our community those endless opportunities.
I would have thought that with a recent review, we've got our community board structure. We're all working to the same goal. We're all trying to achieve the same thing. We're all trying to have a better Southland. So all those community boards are actually focusing on those aspects as well. So it is a collective.
It's gone through.
Oh, sorry.
It's gone through all the community boards.
Exactly. So I mean, I'm just a little bit concerned that the terminology of wishy-washy and not being focused on that mission and vision statement is a bit concerning, quite honestly, because there was a lot of work and it means a lot.
Well, can you define what it means for a better Southland?
I was just going to say, for me, I struggled with it initially as well, and I guess having been involved in that process, I look at working for a better Southland, come down to the outcomes, environmental. What is better for the future generations? And I look there, water is clearly one. I want my kids to have clean drinking water. I want my kids to be able to go to the beach. I want my kids to be able to swim in the river. So for me, I see it, we're working for that better outcome, and that better outcome has an environmental component, a cultural, an economic, a social. And so I think it does fit in there for me. It took a while to kind of get that into my head when we first debated this, and but I did get to that point. So that's how I see it.
Well explained, Councillor.
Well said.
Yeah, okay. So you spent a bit of time, Councillor Fraser, to get to that understanding. I wonder if perhaps that sort of illustrates a problem with the wording that we've got there. I'm not disagreeing with Councillor Kramer that we want a better Southland, but as far as having an accurate mission and vision statement, I'm just not sure that it's reflected in the words there. But I mean, and community outcomes, proud connected communities that have an attractive and affordable lifestyle. Well, that's great. Resilient communities that leave a legacy for tomorrow. Well, I mean, that's good too, but here we are.
Sorry, excuse me, Councillor Vice, for you, Worship. I'll just clarify that those are the current community outcomes, and the final column is the proposed community outcomes. So they have made a change from those ones that you have just mentioned.
Yeah. So that's a point to pick up, is that they were the initial, and then on your right hand side is guidance from the councillor made till 2019 with the new focus points, community outcomes.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was actually reading that wrong.
And that's okay.
Okay, so it's still just the mission and the vision that perhaps is just a little bit
and as we said, some massive discussions over that, but we can have a talk about that later. Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Worship. Just in relation to the vision statement, I guess there's different approaches to vision statements, and some prefer something more concrete, such in 3 years' time, where we've done this, this, and this. This represents a more aspirational vision, and I think the broadness of it allows us to think quite widely about how we might get there, and I think the four components of well-being allow us to bring that down to what it might look like on an everyday basis, and including, I guess we see the results of that in the long-term plan also, and in our decision-making, and then we can relate that back to vision. is it taking us, you know, in the right direction? And the mission is about, I think, working together in different ways to get there as well on an everyday basis. And I would say it's encapsulated very well in very few words that will resonate with people.
Thank you. I think we all have to be clear on this, and I hope you are, Councillor Byers, that the middle section of this document, or 15, is how it was, and after that meeting on the Council of May 2019 was inclusive of those other comments, just to broaden it out. So please don't concentrate on the middle one, other than the mission and vision.
Through you, Worship, it helps clarify during this process for the new councillors, the purpose of the mission was how will we get there, and the vision was where we want to be. So if that helps to give some of that thinking behind how we came to the words that were already there.
I think the other important just to emphasise too, Michelle, is of course there'll be, you've got your 4 strategic priorities there, and beneath those you'll have specific goals and then a performance measurement framework sitting alongside of those goals at the activity level. That will ultimately, when you look at the strategic framework and including all the goals and performance measurement framework completely, you really need to see all of that to have an appreciation of what the final end product is, that effectively you're saying to your community, this is how we want to be held to account, what we do as an organisation.
So, you know, just to reinforce that, your mission, your vision is that high level. And it has to be high level, it has to be precise, it has to be sharp. It doesn't want to be 50 words because then nobody could actually repeat it. So it has to be short, it has to be focused, and that's exactly what it does. And everything else feeds out of that and feeds back up into it as well. That's what you're saying.
I think that's been a good discussion, because we don't want any confusion out there, especially with our councillors, as to how this has evolved from where we're at the moment. So I'm certainly welcome those questions. Councillor Fraser, and then
just thinking where the debate probably goes now is what does better mean? And that could be a pretty hot topic. What is better for one may not be better for others, but and we also have a sliding scale of what we would consider the priority in that. And so that's probably the real guts of a real debate and an argument.
Be better for all of South.
Yeah, I mean, one person may have a real focus on economic, another might have a real focus on environmental, and somewhere there's got to be a balance point where those two meet, because someone might like living in a tiny house in the middle of the bush, and someone else will want to have an economic, and so our better, actually we define the word better in quite different ways, and that's where I think you could get into some real, what is better in my understanding may not be better for you, or better in your understanding. So that's probably the debate to have.
It's hard to measure too.
Yeah, it's very hard to measure.
Some of that discussion will come up, in fact, in the presentation we're giving on the LTP and Advanced COVID-19 paper, where you'll see I talk about equity and need, for example. Those are framed, and you effectively through that process, of course, you do your resource allocation. We'll have X apples and Y pears, and Z beefsteak. So that's where you're in through that sort of resource allocation process and deciding what services to provide and how and where to provide them. You ultimately, of course, that all gets encapsulated in your final long-term plan. You're making an overall judgment of this is the way we believe a set of services that will deliver better, as we see it, for Southland District as a whole. So don't lose. And as I said, we'll get into some of that when I talk you through that paper, because that's really coming into that next level of resource allocation and services to be delivered, what you do and don't provide where, how you might go about doing that, which also sits beneath the strategic framework.
Through you, Worship, and adding to that and the wellbeing theme, and I think we will call Dr. Ganesh Nana talked about not one wellbeing not versus another. You actually have to look at them together.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Councillor Fraser is referring to, is that the better is the overall assessment and analysis, which leads to what Mr. Ruru is talking about, is at the end of the day, that is an assessment that you make as decision-making, as the decision-makers for this council, based on that overall understanding of the wellbeing as one, not each separate wellbeing being looked at and trading one off against the other. And I think that also refers back to Councillor Menzies' point that in all of this sort of stuff, it's the aspirational views at that vision and mission conversation that all of the things added together attempt to get there over a period of time as well. So I think it's about providing, and I think it's aptly named, it's a framework to work within, but as Mr. Ruru said, your activities and the services that they provide and the levels of service is the detail that we get into when we actually to provide and work through that golden thread to achieve the vision and mission that we appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Worship. My other comment is that this guidance came from Council in May 2019. We obviously had our workshop in January of this year. And I just wonder about the visibility in this framework of our partnership and responsibilities with Tangata Whenua that we discussed back then, and how might we make that visibility more apparent, but it's not really apparent here at all, in this document. Or do we?
Make it more visible. They are very much a part of us.
I'm not saying they're not.
Yeah.
I'm indicating how is that there, because I think our hui at that time illustrated an absence.
Through your worship, I think what we can do with respect to that is actually itemise out a separate comment or commentary which provides guidance to or prioritisation, as you'll note in the next report, where it talked about the principles of undertaking as a priority, developing that relationship with our Rinanga at iwi. And I think that could be incorporated outside of the framework, but incorporated into the long-term plan commentary.
And perhaps we can consult and talk about how they, with Tangata Whenua, would like to see that through our documentation.
Correct. And through you, your worship, Councillor Menzies is absolutely spot on. We've started to have those conversations at how we undertake those initial conversations with iwi in and at the marae, at their place, and start to do that from both a political and operational perspective. So we're building into that process now, which will form part of the next stage of the engagement with respect to this long-term plan as well. So it will definitely involve their input or the iwi's input into how that is done. And I think rather than, for want of a better word, documenting it here at this early stage, I think that comes as part of the next step in that process.
I think the start is a consultation, and then we'll have a view of what that should look like across our council and where it needs to be visible.
Correct. So rather than us making the assumption and doing let's go and then bring that, incorporate that in as part of that next phase of that LTP development.
Okay, are there any other questions or some clarification? Councillor Byers.
Thank you, Your Worship. It seems that a previous report had rates affordability was at or near the top of what was deemed affordable for our district. And yet that was pre-COVID. And we know we've got some big bills coming up with as far as drinking water upgrades, wastewater upgrades, bridges, biodiversity. So it seems to me that we've got some changes that we need to make to the way we do business. And I'm wondering if perhaps we could focus on our core services. The water, the roads, community services. And if you look at what's not core services, further on, we've got the staff have broken and our services into tiers 1, 2, and 3. And anything in tier 3, I would have thought, would not be core. A core part of what it is our region wants us to do with their money. So it seems that we've got some big changes coming up. And we're talking about strategy now. Perhaps it's a good time to consider whether we really do focus on core services.
Your Worship, I'll just refer you back to the purpose of local government, section 10.
So it's certainly a discussion point, Councillor Byers, and we know that changes is going to happen. It has happened. And that's why we're facing quite a few decisions now and many more for the future. And we do have our core services, and as Mr. Capel said, we've got section 10 of the Local Government Act to rely on. And what's the other one, Steve? 102 or whatever it is about finances and all that sort of stuff. That's your baby, isn't it? Yeah. So we can't do one without the other, but it's certainly a discussion point going forward, Councillor Byers, and it's certainly right on the forefront of my mind, that's for sure, especially in the last few weeks. Sorry, Councillor Keast.
Thank you, Worship. And I think what Councillor Byers has just said there actually confirms our strategic priorities, because it's building resilience, preparing for change, doing things differently, and providing appropriate infrastructure and services, and supporting healthy environments and therefore and sustainable communities. So exactly what Councillor Byers is querying is actually in a strategic priority.
Which is why it's in the,
exactly.
Which is why it's in the framework and something for our long-term planning activities. Councillor Duffy.
Oh, thanks, Your Worship. Just to comment on a few things, because it's all been said really. Regarding the COVID effects, I read, the outcome of where we've got to so far, and I thought putting the COVID vision over it, actually none of it changes. It's all just as relevant, because it's sort of it's wider than just one moment in time. Councillor Menzies' point about the iwi involvement, I do think that somewhere we should be referencing the treaty and also the Ngāi Tahu settlement, just as a guiding principle, if you like. And just getting back to the mission and vision, I think it has to be general and cover the whole wide spectrum of what we're doing. The moment we start, even if you just take environment and talk about water, I mean, what about the air and the soil? So nothing stands alone, and the resilience of our community at every level is dependent on the economic and the environment and the social and the cultural. It's all interlinked. So I think if I was going to pick on a word there, possibly endless could be up for debate. I mean, I can't dig up the beach of Curio Bay to find gold if I want to, but that might be an opportunity. So it's just that sort of thing, but within the context of being sensible. Yes,
so this is where we're here today, is to reaffirm what the framework or the framework will be for the draft strategic framework will be going forward. And it is a guide, so to speak. It may change again, who knows? But at this stage, this is the one that we're focusing on. And there are a lot of elements within this that we can discuss going forward, including what you've brought up, Councillor Byers. Any other comments or questions? All right, that was a very good discussion. Have you got your hand up again, Councillor Byers? No.
Oh, yes, sorry. I was just going to bring up this research. We seem to be doing an incredible amount of research, say, around population, ageing, housing, technology, tourism, climate change, general economic terms, labour markets, primary sector. I mean, all of that costs a lot of money. And I'm not sure that it's the role of council to be investing in that sort of, investing money in that sort of area. Those are fairly complex issues which not even the experts can agree on.
But we have to start somewhere, and to get strategies we need information, and there has been a lot of discussion around this table over consultants and strategists and all those sort of things, and the money we spend. We've got a lot of brains within our own Southern District Council community that we can rely on, but at times we need to pull in other resources. It's not saying it's going to happen daily, but at times we need to act on information from lots of Pearl. I don't know, Mr. Casey, whether you want to add anything to that, but we do have to rely on facts and figures at times. We just can't crystal ball some of this stuff.
Through your wish, I want to mention in the long-term plan 2018, this was a consultation topic and was supported at that time by our communities to undertake big picture research and analysis.
Yeah. So did you hear that comment, Councillor Byers?
Community. I missed some of that, sorry.
So it was supported by our community to take some of this big picture consultation through.
Yes, so through your worship, it was a consultation topic in the 2018 long-term plan and was supported by the community to undertake big picture research and analysis work.
Investing in community features was the topic of the consultation piece. Yep. And the three options were provided and the council adopted the most favoured option through that process in 2018.
So it's been an ongoing procedure. Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Worship. Would it be fair to say that some of the information that we've had to refresh or seek is because the information that's come out from the census that wasn't particularly productive in its output? Do you think that, some of what we've had to do is checking those figures and looking at some of
I'd make two comments. Firstly, we do where appropriate, obviously, and in fact, you'll see I've done is just pulled out New Zealand Treasury forecasts. Yep. We don't always go into mission-specific research.
Oh, no, I mean that
areas do it. We use stuff that is already published and widely available. But the other key point to recognise, of course, is particularly when you're designing and building infrastructure that will last for 50 to 100 years, we actually need to understand what's going to happen with the number of houses and number of people that are living in those communities, not only today, but in 100 years and the 100 years in between. Because we don't want to build and replace, in fact, Ohio, I think if I remember the stats correctly, has a wastewater scheme that's capable of servicing 3,000, population of 3,000? Or it's 5,000. And there are currently 340 residents in Ohio. So based on the information they had, our predecessors built a wastewater scheme to cater for 5,000 people. We actually need to understand, today, we will make a set of decisions that when we replace Ohio, we'll make a set of decisions that our successors will wear for the next 50 to 60 years, or whatever the life happens to be of that plant. We need to have some reasonable evidence and basis for making those big infrastructure decisions that have to be made. And so in those circumstances, so it's absolutely useful for things like the future of our communities and how they're going to change, but it's also important in terms of but infrastructural investment decisions that we make, and whether we are building something to the appropriate scale or size. And those, obviously there's a lot of uncertainties associated with those things, but we need to have some basis upon which to make them and a set of assumptions to make. Those sorts of long-term, long-life investment decisions.
Through you, Your Worship, that's has been identified as important enough for us to include in the strategic framework as a strategic priority associated with making informed decisions.
I think that's part of the key to it is being able to make informed decisions, not just decisions, but informed decisions. Without that sort of information, without that sort of knowledge, without looking at that bigger picture, you end up making the wrong decisions. So it's about utilising those resources to be able to obtain that information for us around this table to be able to make informed decisions.
And through you, Your Worship, your strategic risk number 2 is inaccurate data leads to bad decisions, asset failure. So you identified it through your risk management framework as well as feeding into your strategic focus and investing in community futures. So you can start to see the alignment or the pieces of the jigsaw that are required to support what Mr. Russell was talking about and Councillor Crane was talking about making informed decisions. I suppose as a risk number 2 of your corporate risks is clearly articulated and spelled out as part of that.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. So, we all understand the importance of gaining accurate data on which to make our decisions, but we're also aware that the situation changes. Now, just take the Ojai sewage scheme. 20 or 30 years before that was built, I bet they were basing it on the fact that coal was going to be around for a long, long time.
Sure.
That's what the crystal ball told them at the time, and they built a scheme to suit the needs, the present needs, and what they considered to be the future needs at the time. Now, because they got it wrong, were they wrong back then? No, they weren't, because they based it on the best information they had available at the time. The thing is that the future is a moving beast, and we have to be adaptable enough to reflect that in our planning process.
Agree. We always make assumptions, and that's part of forward planning and looking at the futures that you make, calculate as best as you can the assumptions, and not disputing what you're saying. You're absolutely right. But, and information and data is so more readily available today than it may have been in the past. So you utilise that data, that information to try and make those decisions. But I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm not saying they were wrong.
No, they just use the data they had.
Exactly. Exactly.
It shows how much things can change.
Exactly.
You did right. All the factors they considered, and the world is and the speed of change, of course, is
fast.
Look at the last few months. Faster and faster.
Well, they built 3 schools and all sorts of.
That's right. So why would you spend a whole lot of money getting some experts to give you some predictions about the future when we know it's going to change? And we know we've got asbestos pipes delivering water to the children in our district. We know that's not good. We could save some of that money that we're spending on the consultants and fix these pipes.
That's a very narrow view.
Yeah.
That's a very narrow, constrained view. You've got to look at the bigger picture rather than just one item in its isolation.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of reports here that
we need to
really
make
part of their core service.
We need that information too, so we make better decisions, what it comes down to. This council's been built before, so a number of others. Okay, is there any further discussion on this matter? Any further questions?
Maybe to move the recommendations, Your Worship.
Councillor Hart, no. You're happy to move the recommendation. Councillor Crane has moved the recommendations as they are. Item 7.3, is there a seconder? Councillor Duffy, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Are you against, Councillor Byers?
Yeah, I'm not that impressed with it at the moment.
You want that recorded?
Yep.
Okay. Carried. Okay, next item on the agenda is 7.4, which is a matter that has been discussed, at the Community and Strategies Committee meeting.
Thank you again, Your Worship and councillors, and I'll take this forward as well as being read. This overview or introduction is brief, as you're all very familiar with the work that's been undertaken over recent months. Again, this item relates to a report presented by Mr. Capel at the Community and Strategy Committee at their meeting on the 6th of May 2020. In particular, this item relates to the summary findings of the key outcomes, big issues and future planning priorities identified at both the Big Picture Workshop, facilitated by Alicia Mackay on the 31st of January 2020, and the 2.5-day strategic workshop held on the 19th to 21st of February 2020. Those findings from those two workshops are significant. They provide and recognise the key themes for the body of longer term strategic work that needs to be provided for and considered by Council. At the Community and Strategy meeting on the 6th of May, the committee recommended that this report be provided to Council to endorse and adopt those key outcomes, big issues and future planning priorities. I think it relates quite nicely to the previous item in terms of some of that discussion. So at this point, I don't have much more to add, but myself, Ms. Stevenson and Mr. Capel again available to take any questions that councillors may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So the items there, as well as the copy of the document report that went to the previous meeting. Any comments or questions in regards to this matter? Okay, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Worship. Potentially this actually feeds into what we discussed before. Potentially should have been around the other way on the agenda.
Yeah.
Sort of follow on. Just some of the things that we talked about a little bit more context.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm happy to move the item. Is there a second? Councillor Fraser. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Next item on the agenda is the long-term plan impacts of COVID-19. We'll leave it stop saying that.
Yes. Everybody keep talking.
So for those, there is a copy of the PowerPoint on the hub for councillors who may not be able to see it.
Yep. Keep talking.
So Councillor Harper, you have issues not being able to see two screens, is that correct, or did you manage to get that sorted? Okay, cool.
That's a bottle of whiskey. It's a whiskey, not a music.
My question correct? At least it was good timing.
Can everyone just avert their gaze from the big screen, please?
I was trying to help you.
To watch you.
Yeah, I'm watching you. I like the screen.
Yeah, we're looking at you.
Okay, so what I want to do here is take you through a bit of a structured overview of the paper and talk about some of the concepts underneath it. So what I want to do is firstly come some of the background in terms of the LCP process and just where we're at with it. I'll also talk about some of the important concepts that I mentioned previously, equity versus need, which obviously needs to inform decisions that we make. I talk about the impacts of COVID-19, the suggested approach for how we might recognise that in our 10-year planning process with the long-term plan.
and then suggesting some principles to guide us and some practical implications of those. What we're asking you to think about today is a framework within which we want to outline a framework within which the LTP needs to be developed anyway, and the process we're working on, which has been covered previously in terms of the overall project plan. But then also suggest to you a way of enhancing, modifying that process to recognise the impacts of COVID-19, which, as you'll see, I'll talk about, is really just one of potential risk issues that will no doubt emerge as Council works through in the next 10 years of managing a risk issue that Council will need to deal with along the way. So in terms of the background, the LTP project plan, as you know, we're required to produce and adopt a new LTP prior to the 30th of June 2021. We've been through a process of the strategic workshops, and we've just debated earlier the overarching strategic framework and activity group structure that will be on which the LTP is being developed. A 2020 calendar year is a critical year in terms of making a number of the big decisions that are needed to feed into the LTP planning process. Now, we started some of that work with you back in December, when the activity managers presented to you some of the big issues they see covering their particular activities. And we used at that stage what was called a baseline option and a thriving option. And you provided a little guidance in the actual meeting on the 30th of January. As you all recall, you confirmed that guidance and made a number of decisions that the activity managers are currently including in the activity plans they are writing. And we'll come back to you probably in July now. With the impacts of COVID, we're having to readjust the timetable a bit, but we'll be back to you in July with draft activity plans, seeking the next level of guidance and decisions from you. And again, there's a lot of other policy work, particularly things also coming back shortly will be the infrastructure strategy, financial strategy, revenue and financing policy, et cetera, as we work through getting towards, ideally, we aim to have the bulk of the work, 99% of the, or 95% of the development work of the LTP completed prior to Christmas. All right, so that we have the last 6 months to complete the engagement, community engagement, consultation process on the formal draft document, go through the formal hearings process, deliberations, and then making decisions. Now, as I said, some of that timetable will change around a little bit given the events we've had this year with the floods and then secondly the lockdown period with COVID. But overall, we're happy that we will get through that process. What has always been clear, and this was reflected in the branding of firstly 2018 LTP, where we talked about we're just getting started Southland. In the LTP process, we talked about the fact there are a lot of things we don't fully understand. We have a lot of work to do to identify the big issues that are affecting us and our communities, and then how we might best respond to and address those issues. And there has been quite a bit of work done, still work to go on some of that, on those crystallising that sort of information, those issues. But you will see come through, particularly with the activity plans and some of the things that you will have seen in December we were talking to you about. We have got a much better information base on which to make some of those decisions. And even some of the, I'll use just playgrounds as an example, where, as you know, the community boards have had quite detailed condition assessment reports presented to them at the end of last year to give them understanding of the issues that apply to playgrounds and all the reserves that they manage. So they can make some decisions about how we want to reprioritise replacement and upgrading of those particular programs, and that is just, of course, just one piece of infrastructure and service that we provide for our communities. As I commented previously, important to recognise, of course, that a number of our decisions have very long lives. They are here for 100 years plus. Things like retention ponds are there forever. Usually. or as long as they usefully need very long, useful lives, and important to recognise that a number of things will happen along that way. Also important to recognise that where our bulk of our budget goes in terms of infrastructure dominating the financial side of the business. It's not to say that there are other parts of the business that are equally as important in terms of the service provision and the range of services that we provide, and they come at a much lower cost. I would argue that that piece around facilitating community outcomes and the community leadership piece is equally as important, and arguably becoming much more important as we move into the future when things like Three Water Services gets transferred out of local authorities, probably followed by roading. The roles of local authority will be very much about being a facilitator of service delivery, whether it be from public sector agencies, NGOs, other groups, to help support the communities, be great places to live. That facilitation of community outcomes in the right environment. So as a sector, we're in an interesting period of change. Government has made it quite clear. They will be making some decisions on the future delivery of Three Water Services in early 21 at the latest. And they expect to see a level of aggregation and change. Probably the biggest change affecting local government since 1989. So when in terms of our operating expenditure, 70%, just under 70% infrastructure-related services. But things like facilitating community outcomes and ensuring our communities are getting the range of services from all agencies are absolutely equally important as infrastructure service delivery. And obviously the capital expenditures footprint as well. Also reflected in terms of the big grouping of activities, roading and footpaths, around 41% of our expenditure. Three Waters, another 15, 16%. Again, that's why those numbers get so big, up to 70% very quickly. So it's just important to bear that in mind when you think about if we do want to review the allocation of services and funding, we've got to cover all of those big services to make some big appropriate decisions. This is a bit of a framework that tries to summarise on one page, if you like, the decision-making process that you go through to develop the LTP and determine your priorities for delivery. You have the four well-beings at the top. And as I talked about previously, that's now linking into the Living Standards Framework and the Sustainable Development Goals from the UN. And obviously you reflect the four well-beings and the community outcomes, the four outcome statements you signed off on, which also feed into your mission. And for me, mission is about your reason for existing. Why are you here at all? We can fine-tune the wording. I'm not saying we shouldn't fine-tune the words and get them right, but fundamentally that purpose of doing good by our communities, however you want to express that, seems to me an important part of local government, and that's why, in fact, it's called local government, because it's the one entity that has that mandate to represent geographical communities right or wrong. Obviously, the vision statement is strategic priorities. Now, so from the top-down level, you have that higher-level strategic framework in terms of the priorities, mission, vision, our outcomes, mission, vision, strategic priorities coming through. From the bottom level, you have a range of policy statements that reflect, in some cases, good basic organisational governance. So things like your liability and investment policy are about how much should we borrow? What's a prudent level of borrowing for a local authority to make? How might we manage the risks associated with borrowing covered in a thing called the liability management policy. Investment policy also says what's a prudent place in which to invest our money that we do have spare if we are a local authority. Where should we place our funding, our investments if we have things. Should we be investing in forestry, as this council does? Should we be investing in subdividable land, as this council does? Should we be investing in companies, as this council does? A thing called the Local Government's Insurance, Civic Assurance, for example. We own shares in Civic Assurance. That has been a provider of historical liability insurance. Now we insure with them for our underground assets, local priority protection policies, things there. So all those things are covered in that policy framework, a number of which, as I said, are general organisational governance things, but also set the platform, if you like, the foundations on which you build and make your funding and service delivery decisions, which comes in those council activities across in the middle there. And obviously it's the council activities combined with your strategic framework that determines the amount of money, the financial requirements that you have, the services you'd like to deliver, and the costs that are associated with delivering those services. That overarching framework is also reflected in the legislative context within which we work through the Local Government Act 2002, and this slide summarises particularly the financial framework with section 101, which has some general obligations around being a prudent manager of your finances, acting in a financially prudent way, and operating under section 100 a balanced budget. It also requires under section 101A that you have a financial strategy, and 101B says you will have an infrastructure strategy that paints for at least 30 years the infrastructural needs of your community and how you are planning on ensuring those needs can be met over that 30-year period. That's effectively what the infrastructure strategy says. The financial strategy should sit alongside it and say, here's how we propose to fund and pay for that infrastructure that the community needs for the next 30 years. So those two documents are really important documents that complement each other. And also the act is saying, don't just think about the next 3 years, think about 30 years and how you're going to continue to ensure the provision of appropriate services to your communities over at least that time frame. 102 requires a revenue and financing policy, and that you provide predictability about sources of funding, and section 100 says you should operate a balanced budget. So your operating revenue should at least equal your operating expenditure unless you determine that it's financially prudent not to do so. All right, now, this council right at the moment had, and sitting in the 2018 LGP, and you consider this position, paper this issue again with the in your planning paper you had at your last meeting, where you're planning on having a deficit this year and next year, and I think the year after. Because we are building up to, for example, refunding depreciation. And so council adopted the 2018 LGP, and we'll ask them to confirm this again when we do your annual plan. You have to resolve that it's financially prudent not to balance our budget right at the moment, given the nature of the expenditure we have underway, replacement happening, and where we are in that asset replacement cycle, for example. So an important framework that sets that context. This graphically is a diagram I explained there about financial requirements on the left. What is our operating expenditure and what is our capital expenditure requirements that we might have over time. Over the next 30 years, what are the needs? As I said, the infrastructure strategy requires you to paint that picture. The financial capacity side is about how can we fund the financial requirements. What are the sources of operating revenue we have, such as dividends from the forestry investments we have, such as interest on any external money investments we might make, such as dividends we might receive from the companies in which we have shareholdings. such as user charges, how much we charge for building consent fees, for RMA fees, for dog licensing. Rates, of course, which makes up about 60% of our revenue stream. So about 60% of our funding comes from rates. The other 40% comes from a range of other sources, including those user fees and obviously funding from NZTA as a big portion and other grants that we might receive. Financial capacity, of course, also includes capital funding sources. Debt is an obvious one. Development and financial contributions, which this council for a number of years made a strategic decision not to collect. Another source of capital funding. Having private investors or private sector develop work, we do provide some infrastructure. Number of subdivisions around, and I can't think of anything in Southland right at the moment, but in other places where, for example, subdivisions, the developer provides the wastewater scheme for the 50 or 100 or 200 lots that are in the section in the subdivision. The council, Kingston might be one of those, yep. The council doesn't have to be the provider of that public infrastructure. Often is, but doesn't have to be. There are a number of places where the private sector provides it, whether it be a developer or the community groups themselves. I used to live in a community where there were 30 houses that had a private reticulated water supply. I happened to be the last one on the line. So,
Steve, those sorts of systems are particularly common in geographically dispersed communities. Selwyn, Waimakariri, two council examples that have been experiencing significant growth, significant number of additional subdivisions within the geographical area, and they're at capacity with their urban systems, and as such that burden falls to the developer. Of course, there are a set of economic macro conditions that will determine whether or not that's viable or not for a developer to undertake.
Then, of course, so as that diagram says, it's about balancing your expenditure needs and your funding needs on both OPEX and CAPEX on both sides of the equation. And then, of course, you've also got to recognise that things go wrong. Floods happen. Earthquakes happen. Pandemics happen. We need to manage through that sort of those risks that come along from time to time and be able to manage them and continue to provide service provision. So the sustainability is all about service stability. If you've got infrastructure that has a very long life of 50 years, you can't ramp up and down the level of infrastructure you're going to provide overnight. This is about saying you need to agree on what are sustainable levels of service and then maintain a level of continuity with effectively that provision. Yes, there's some minor tweaking and there's always a few bells and whistles you can put on if you can afford it at the time. But fundamentally, you're aiming to get into a position in which you're providing relatively consistent levels of service, complying with the relevant standards of the day as they apply over the long term. Same with rate stability, keeping them affordable, having a level of predictability and stability about them over the medium to long term, because once you do build and invest in that long life infrastructure, you've got the debt for 30 years at least. You can't borrow to fund the infrastructure development and then go, oops, I can no longer afford it. Once you're committed, you're committed. There isn't a ready market like there is with a house to sell a wastewater scheme that you can't afford to pay. And obviously managing the risks and having that long-term view. Now that trading off between those things and finding the right balance is core business. It's part of why we exist. It's part of the job that as a council we need to do particularly every LTP process, every 3 years, we make a decision about what is the right balance between financial requirements and that funding capacity and the risk we face. In making those decisions, a couple of really important concepts that I think are fundamental to buy into and understand. We should be focusing on meeting the needs of our communities, not necessarily the wants. There are always wants and wish list things, but what are the needs? And then ensuring we provide it in an equitable way, because the needs will vary between different communities, between different sections of the community, just given the diversity of what a community is. We all have different needs of it, and this is obviously a very simple graphic that sums it up, that having equal service provision doesn't represent equity. Equity should have some understanding or recognition of what the needs of that community are and providing the opportunity for people to access that service in an appropriate way. So whether it's a library book, which some people can afford to go to Whitcoulls or a local bookstore and buy the books they want, download them. Others in our communities can't. And if we want equity of access to library books and for educational purposes and all the rest of it, help develop strong, healthy communities, that's why we provide public libraries as one example of access to information, one of those things. So those concepts of equity and equity based on meeting those, providing equal services based on need, seems to me a pretty fundamental concept on which we should be basing a lot of our decisions. Strategic risks, as Mr. Cabell referred to previously, we have identified a number of strategic risks. Those are the top 10 strategic risks around, for example, underinvestment in infrastructure and accurate data, et cetera, You're very familiar with these that come through on our reports to the Finance and Insurance Committee on a regular basis. Climate change is in there, for example. One of the things we have as an organisation been working to for some time is recognising we need to make through this and that was why we were moving from the we're just getting started Southland to the theme of this LTP about its time. It's time to make some of the big decisions that need to be made to address these strategic risks that we face as an organisation. If we keep on kicking the can down the road, we will have more bridges swept away. This is the first council I've worked for that's had bridges swept down the river. There's been 2 of them in the last 3 years. We have some problems we have to own. We have some problems we have to address and work our way through. Those are critical risk issues. If we can't afford it, we have to front up and close it. Take it away. One of those bridges, as the councils will know, got swept away not long after the diggers drove off it. We've got some critical issues we have to manage.
So Steve, just coming back there, I mean, given the events of the last 8 weeks, why have we not got global pandemic as one of our top 10 risks?
It's number 14. Number 14 risk that we prioritised with the previous council was natural and biosecurity disasters occurring. Pandemics fits within that strategic risk category. And one of the issues, in fact, we've been talking about is how we recognise that risk actually needs to be prioritised and probably replace some of the risks that are on the top 10.
Suggested global pandemic comes in the top 10.
Yeah.
So these are the top 10 that were picked for the
before COVID-19. Before that,
But we've got to be flexible enough to make
Yes.
changes relative
Yes.
to where we find ourselves.
yes. So it was there, and it was number 14 on the list. And you did right, it's something we need to,
So there is there is a workshop on Monday with the ELT where
Yes.
we'll be working through the exact process to have a look at that number 14 risk and to assess what is its status in line with all of this. So that's happening on Monday.
Risk management always fluctuates because you always have those changes. They're never static. So you're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Okay, impacts of COVID-19. As I said before, what I've done is, and as you know, there are lots of economists trying to forecast what impacts COVID-19 might have, and absolutely there's lots of uncertainty associated with these because not everybody will fully understand what we just don't know how this thing's going to evolve, and obviously there's wide variance between different countries around the world in terms of the way things have evolved. So what I've done here is use the New Zealand Treasury scenarios that were published in mid-April. And there are 4 key scenarios, or in fact 5 scenarios in there, and the assumptions are in the slides at the end of the slide pack that's on the hub. And there's some variation in those depending particularly on the levels of that the country might spend in the different levels of 1 to 4, and obviously a range of examples, assumptions made around those, which vary between each of the scenarios. Effectively, though, in terms of GDP, most of the scenarios are predicting that we get back to the HYEFU is the half-yearly economic forecast update that Treasury does every 6 months.
Let's try and work out what that was.
So yeah, half-yearly economic forecast update, which they produce at the end of 2019, is that blue line that goes on a pretty much a upward scale through there, starting at 2020, heading up towards 2024. Then obviously you'll see, on the TV screen rather than here. So that's that blue line there is the half-year economic forecast that was done in December. These other lines show the scenarios 1 to 3 with the big drop-off in the GDP levels. And the forecasts, in fact, I was just looking at the May last week, every week now they're producing updates on these things. They're expecting a 20% decline in GDP over the last quarter. So that's from April to June. And overall, I think it's 9%.
9%.
For the 4.9% for the full financial year to June 20. Right? So that's when you step back, it's actually, I think it's 4.9, if I recall correctly. But obviously 2021 is when a lot of that GDP drop will occur. And so, but effectively by about year 3, 2024, they are expecting GDP to get back to close to or at the previous level that was previously predicted pre-COVID, becoming an issue in those December economic forecast updates. So Treasury are saying this is looks to be about a 3-year event. 3 to 4 year event actually, sorry, by the time we get through the 2024. And there's a couple of the more extreme scenarios, so as I said, slightly below with the recuperation rate. Unemployment rates, again, shows those going up. Again, some wide variability in those. But the budget unemployment forecast, and again, some of these forecasts, the PM, are subject to, at that stage, when these forecasts were done, of course, Treasury, the government hadn't released a budget. So one of the differences in these unemployment scenarios and the GDP scenarios depends a bit on the quantum of the economic stimulus package. So scenario 1, for example, assumes a $20 billion economic input from government. Obviously, they've now set aside $50 billion in there. And the budget forecast for unemployment was to sit just beneath 10%, 9.8%, I think is the number they talk about in the budget document itself as the prediction around unemployment rates. So certainly again, they go up and then they're expected to come back. Now that of course is the New Zealand economy as a whole. There will be variances between different regions depending on the mix and nature of industry and jobs in different regions. No doubt about that, and the differences between different sectors. So these are national forecasts. So effectively, the Treasury is saying it's about a 3 to 4 year event.
This on there, that's consistent with the European Bank.
It's the European Bank,
which is working with the European Union. They're talking a 3 year cycle.
Yeah.
You know, I think one of the key things around that is it's still very speculative because it depends. Those scenarios are really important, and you'll see the Treasury are using what they're calling the tick recovery, which looks like a tick. You know, there's the V recovery shape, or there's a U, like the old U valley like that. And actually, an economist out of Australia is using a staircase recovery model, which is all based on global impacts like when the borders open, when the planes fly, all those sorts of things, and that will create a staircase recovery rather than necessarily the map and the way the Treasury are doing the tick recovery over that 4 year period. I think the crucial thing that Steve's alluding to is that it is a 3 to 4 year period minimum.
And a lot of that will be dependent on when they find an effective vaccine.
Correct. Yes. And so that's why it's
still they can roll it out worldwide.
And I think that's why from a recovery and rebuild perspective, people are still waiting. You know, there's still a lot of speculation as to what to do, when, why, and how. And it's a lot of that is reliant on stuff that is still to come through and still to be determined. And so, you know, I think from what Steve's alluding to there is it's the time frame that's important, not whether it's a tick approach or a V or a U or a step. Yeah. And it's going to take that time.
Yeah. And look, this is a one which I happened to get on email the other day of a set of forecasts put out by Westpac, which is pretty similar pattern to the other Treasury forecasts, and a lot of the other ones will be slightly below that.
Steve, Infometrics had done some Southland specific work, and it set just below those Treasury numbers, but they were speculating about 5,000 jobs in numbers. It equated to about 5,000 in the Southland region.
Right. Okay, so seems to me, and look, these are questions that apply to the LTP, irrespective of COVID. These are the questions we should be asking anyway in normal times about, are we planning to deliver the bundle of services that delivers the best value outcomes? Best value is about contributing to community wellbeing as well as representing an efficient and reasonable allocation of the funding we have available. Can we improve the effectiveness of the services we deliver? Can we change the services we deliver, change the allocation of bundle of services we're providing to deliver better outcomes in a different way? And if you look back at the decisions you made in January, you actually asked us to look at some different service delivery methods already. So those are already on the table. Can third-party providers do these things better than council? We've asked us to develop some business cases to bring back to you to say, yes, they can, or no, they can't, or here are a range of options that you might want to consider. Can we deliver the service more efficiently? Is there a more a way of delivering these in which we can lower the cost of per unit of production? Now, obviously, things like economies of scale and number of communities is a big issue for us. We do not have one wastewater scheme to service a population of 55,000 like Invercargill. When you've got one scheme servicing a lot of people, the per household cost of the capital investment and even having a wastewater asset manager, becoming a range of staff to manage these things becomes a lot lower because you only got one asset to worry about and you can spread the cost over a bigger number of units. I think we have 17, 19. So we have to duplicate. We don't just have one resource consent from Environment South, and we have to have 19 resource consents. In fact, probably more with the discharges and water discharges and all the rest of it. So you don't get economies of scale, you don't get the ability to get the efficiencies that come with scale at times. So efficiency has to recognise that environment in which you're working. And then, of course, we also need to make decisions about what's the size of the pool of funding that we have available to spend. And that has to, applies both in the short term, but also in the medium to longer term. As I said, things like rate stability needs to apply over the medium to long term, recognising the long life of the assets and services we provide. So those are the sorts of questions we need to be asking, and obviously they become they apply anyway, but become all the more important when you have risks like COVID being realised.
Can I just go back to the value one, just to refresh people's memories with Ganesh and the strategic framework conversation about value relating to our values, and that value relating to the well-beings, not just one of the well-beings.
Yep.
And so that brings again a complexity to your decision making.
Yes.
But it also brings a complexity to the information that staff need to put together to provide you, to assist you with your decision making. And again, going back to that strategic workshop sessions, that was where you identified quite explicitly in that last session that I did the wind up for, the summary for, that you're wanting information as part of our reports up to you and that reflect that value proposition based on the well-beings, not just on one of the well-beings. So that will be that's a process that we're going to work through, and it's a good opportunity to work through it through this LTP conversation that we're having obviously today, but will be a continuous process that our staff will be embedding into their thinking and working as we progress to the next steps as well. But I just think it's important that, because we can go to the single measure of value being in dollars, which is important, but one of the things that we have just signed off on is community outcomes that reflect the full well-beings and was reflected through a lot of that work that you've done in January and February of this year as well. Sorry, Steve.
Okay, so suggested approach. What we're suggesting is that we assume COVID-19 has an impact for the first 3 years of the LTP. So from 1 July 2021 to 30 June 2024. Another 3.5 years, just under 4 years. Just under 4 years, in fact, 4 and a bit years. All right, so yeah, just kidding. So 4 and a bit years impact. We have, as I said, a baseline and thriving scenario that we discussed with you and got you to make some decisions on in January. To complement that work, what we're also suggesting is that we develop an austerity option. Austerity, of course, assumes reduced services and reductions in funding. Doing less. And yes, doing it more efficiently than we can as well, but doing less. Also suggesting that we approach this process in 2 ways. Firstly, that bottom-up activity service review options. So say for roading, for example, what should we stop doing? Is there a more efficient way of procuring service? Now we've actually got existing contracts in place, and we have been through 3 years ago, I think it was now, what's called Section 17A service delivery review, which looked at what is the most efficient, effective way of procuring that service. We do use a reasonably unique model here called the Alliance contracting method with procuring our operating services. But so with roading and all of our other services, all the way through to IT and government support and chief executives and all the rest of it, what are the range of options we can put up for changing the way in which we deliver those services and and reducing the costs of what we do. Then there are also some top-down options, top-down work that can be applied that affects a number of activities. Decisions like what is the overall level of funding should be allocated. Things like we are partway through a process of moving towards fully funding depreciation on assets, starting to recognise that assets do need to be renewed and providing for their replacement. Should we stop doing that for a period of time? Things like reserves. You know, our Minister of Finance called it the rainy day budget. Things like our strategic assets reserve, I think it's called. If the rainy day is here, that is now the time to spend the strategic assets reserve. I know members of our community have some very strong views on why that reserve is there and the way in which it should be used. But if this is a rainy day, should we use the strategic assets reserve to pay for funding of bridge renewals? Those are some of the sort of top-down options that we've also put into the mix for you to consider and work your way through and consider those. Now, in assessing those range of bottom-up and top-down options, we would suggest you should assess those against the strategic framework and some principles which I covered in the paper and will come to shortly. This is the big picture work that you've just in fact had and endorsed, so I won't dwell on it. And obviously you ended up confirming the strategic framework. So I won't dwell on that either. In terms of principles, what are the principles we should use to drive those resource allocation and prioritisation decisions that need to be made? Advancing the four well-beings and now and in the long term. This is a statutory obligation on you to put together an LTP that recognises, has a sustainable development approach from the short term to the long term, something I think is essentially the wording of the section. Michelle? Now and into the future. So you need to make decisions that take account of what's needed in 50 years' time as well as what's needed by the community today. Remain focused on our strategy and strategic framework. Plan to address the strategic risk issues. Not saying you need to address them overnight. Absolutely, there is always a level of risk, and there's getting more explicit about what's our appetite for risk, what is the risk we are prepared to live with, stays there, but be clear about putting in place a plan over time to address those strategic risks and work through them. Prioritise our resources based on equity and need, ensuring an equitable approach, and we want to define that in the way we do make decisions about, we use bridges at the fair of getting challenged by a couple of councillors who are passionate about it, but using things like a bridge prioritisation matrix or a toilet matrix and other prioritisation tools like those things to help provide try and provide some objective data you can consider as making more subjective decisions on what eventually goes into a plan. We've still got a toilet matrix.
Now we've got forest.
You say mix, hands on.
Recognise that we need to meet legislative and other regulatory requirements, good practice standards, whether it's resource consents, good practice expectation, accreditation requirements, new drinking water standards that might come through in time. We have to meet those sets of good practice legislative requirements that get imposed on us, and that we should review all of our services, all the things we do, and how do we best provide those and prioritise between them. So those are the principles we suggest. And obviously we come back and revisit those. Practical implications, as I said, we already have a number of big ticket items we need to address. Austerity does mean a reduction in services, and we're doing this to give you options. Whether which of those options you might take some of issues, make a reduction here in one service and reinvest it over here in another higher priority service. It's not saying you do them, but we wanted to give you a list of items that you can choose from and make a decision about what gives us the best balance over time between the three options in terms of that bottom-up work, but also top-down, so that we come to you and say, here is the range of options that might need to be considered, or that we want to pick from. And you may take one from austerity, one from baseline, one from thriving, different services to get the right mixture that works for you and within obviously the funding we decide is available. And obviously, again, plan to recover to the desired level of service over 10 years. And really important that we start with the big ticket items first. You know, there are, as we've said, some really big ticket items that we need to work on, and we don't want to necessarily, we should work our way, start with those first and then work through all the other areas based on the expenditure. So as we said, 68% of our operating revenues in infrastructure. I'm going to hand over to Matt to lead you through some of this discussion of a high level about the big infrastructure issues we face.
Thanks, Steve. So look, in discussing this option of austerity and the potential implications in the lead up to the next LTP, it was really critical that we took a look at our largest area of investment and what major issues we have currently in that area, recognising that a number of these issues were flagged in the last LTP, and we've been working to improve our level of understanding around these issues in a bid to ensure that through the next LTP 2031, we address those issues. Obviously, we didn't anticipate a global pandemic in the intervening period, and now we need to understand how to deal with that in the context of these issues. So, in preparing for this paper that Steve's put together in the subsequent presentation, I gave Steve a few examples to throw into the mix. We've got of major infrastructure issues. We've got 170 bridges due for replacement within the next 10 years. That's we currently fund approximately $500,000 our share annually for capital replacement. In order to replace each of those, it would mean lifting that investment to at least $2 million. We've got approximately 100 kilometres of asbestos cement pipe in our water supply reticulation network. So it's not considering wastewater or stormwater, just purely our water supply network. We've got 100 kilometres of asbestos cement pipe, and we know that a lot of that reticulation is reaching the end of its design life over the next 20-year period. We've already started to see some failures across the network in the last couple of years, requiring unbudgeted expenditure in order to accelerate some of that replacement where that reticulation hasn't met its anticipated design life.
Yeah. Just in front of the camera.
Sorry, Kate.
That's passable, right? Okay.
We've got. We're currently rehabilitating approximately 7 kilometres of pavement across our sealed road network. We estimate that this needs to increase in the short term to approximately 15 kilometres, and then up to perhaps 25 to 30 kilometres in the later period of the upcoming LTP 2031. We know that we've got significant compliance cost increases and potentially an amendment to delivery models heading in our direction in association with our three waters. we started to signal as early as 2015 and more latterly through the 2018 LTP a need to escalate investment in community facilities given ageing condition. And we've been working that conversation through with our community boards more recently in the lead up to the LTP and activity management planning exercise. And obviously we know also based on previous discussions and recent decisions made on the basis of an updated seismic detailed structural assessment of this facility and more than likely on some of our other older council offices that we had some seismic capacity issues amongst our building stock as well. So look, there are just some examples there of issues that we need to deal with, and the reason why I flagged them is in the context of Mr. Ruru's paper. Irrespective of whether we undertake or this next LT period using a thriving baseline or austerity mentality and approach, these issues aren't going away. We need to deal with these issues. And Mr. Ruru used the term kicking the can down the road. From an asset management perspective, there's a lot of risk in kicking that can down the road, and I just want to touch on that really briefly today. So I'll use the top three examples to reflect the process that we seek to undertake as asset managers. This is your standard renewals graph that you would see for any type of asset. And I've just chosen a 10-year window here, obviously, with the likes of our pavement. We know based on achieved lives that we, in some instances, get 70 plus years associated with our pavements. So these graphs for the different assets are extrapolated a lot further out in many instances. But as an example, baseline, this graph represents 10-year LTP period and the dollars associated with renewals profile. So what we seek to do as asset managers is smooth that line in terms of investment. Why? Because it's obviously going to be very inefficient in terms of resources and fiscal investment to be having wild swings between years of renewal. So generally, as asset managers, we aim to smooth those profiles. If we're talking about a thriving versus if we're talking about an austerity measure, we're talking about potentially needing to, and this profile can look quite different depending on the asset. We could, an austerity approach might look more like that. Or we can obviously, depending on the asset need, the shape of the line, the investment approach can vary across the assets. So that's the process we're trying to rationalise across our various asset types each year and over an LTP period. In fact, over the length of an asset life. The risk with an austerity approach across all of the assets is that we kick the can down the road and out in later years beyond, it's the future rate, it becomes the future ratepayers' problems. Today's issues become the future ratepayers' problems. Now, the other critical consideration with that approach is that your risk profile changes. particularly when you're talking about critical assets such as bridges. Mr. Ruru used the example of 2 bridges that have washed away in the last 3 years. We've been fortunate enough that when those bridges were washed away, nobody was on them. Obviously, we want to avoid the risk of that in future, and we need to be cautious of how we invest and maintain our network in order to ensure that doesn't occur. So when Mr. Ruru talks about austerity and he talks about reduction in service and level of service, I'll use the example of our bridging problem. So if we look at the slide here, as I said, we've got 170 bridges that will be reaching the end of their useful life within the next 10-year period. And that's out of an entire bridge stock of approximately 850 bridges. We've got 96 bridges currently posted, so over 10% of our network is already subject to both speed and weight restrictions. We've got 8 closed. So look, the replacing all of those 170 bridges is estimated at a cost of approximately $35 million. We're currently funded under the existing LTP approximately $14 million. So there's a significant increase in investment required there. Council have worked over the last couple of years to look at opportunities to rationalise, and we've talked at length around the council table around the matrix where we might look to reduce the number of bridges, thereby lowering the level of service, but in kind also lowering the investment. So we could potentially look at, through that rationalisation process and considering that any bridge with a 10-kilometre or less detour is closed, we could rationalise the network or that investment requirement from approximately $35 million down to approximately $26 million. Those are estimates only, and we know the dangers of relying on estimates, but the example is still relevant in terms of rationalisation of the level of service and the network and the opportunity to reduce the investment as a result of that. Again, I come back to the point that irrespective of whether we opt to move towards an austerity option, there is still a step change in investment required to deal with the infrastructure issues that we are currently faced with. We cannot, the recommendation from staff as asset managers is that we can't continue to maintain existing investment levels in our infrastructure without exposing the organisation and ratepayers to additional risk and a reduction in level of service and failures such as those that we've seen in our bridge network and our water supply network in recent years. Those failures will escalate and continue. So as we work through, this is the sort of level of detail that we started to cover in our presentations to Council in December, when we came to you with the major issues and challenges across the various activities, coupled with the assumptions. And it's the sort of meat that we would have been that we are in the process of fleshing out on the bones of the activity management planning exercise that we're undertaking. And these are the discussions that we would have been having and will be having in the coming months in the context of the activity management plans. However, in view of the COVID-19 pandemic and some of the discussion and rhetoric around what impact and context that introduces for our current planning, our current approach, our activity management planning and subsequent LTP consultation process, we've sought to bring that to you today and accelerate those discussions.
Okay, so just go to the final slide there, Becky. So obviously, and there are ways of addressing those issues which we'll work through. Obviously, COVID is an event that's having impacts we need to manage our way through. What we're suggesting to you here is a framework to help guide us through and guide you through the development of options that will come back to you to make some decisions on your preferred option, and obviously your preferred option as well as other options that are reasonably practical there. We need to go out for consultation in the LTP process so that you get some community feedback, and then through at the end deliberations of the submissions, hearings and deliberations process, you're able to make some final decisions on what will get included in the 21 LTP. So that we end up with an LTP that paints a plan for not only the next 3 years, but the 10-year plan in reasonable detail, but obviously also in regard, as I said, to the 30-year obligations we have to include an infrastructure strategy and financial strategy, and working through that. And as I also said, we need to also, while COVID is having some pretty significant impacts at the moment, it is 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before that, we were dealing with a major flood. And these events do happen, and we just have to manage our way through. We're still dealing with tidying up from that issue with the rehabilitation works and consequences of it. So we're very happy to take questions.
So we might take a break before that, if that's all right with you. Lunch is out there ready, so we'll take a break, come back at 1 o'clock. Yep. 25 minutes. Come back at 1 o'clock and just think over lunch on some questions.
Righty ho, the lunch is out there. Grab your brown paper bag and tea and coffee are in the committee room. So you can get your tea and coffee, chairs are spaced out, and we can sit on the couch, take a break.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, please make sure that you all sign in when you come in the door in the morning. There's one councillor, I'm not naming and shaming anybody in this room today, but one of you didn't sign in, so please make sure you do, because I've got a message before.
Not a problem.
So is that sign into the screen or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll sign in the screen, that's
Or
right.
use the app on your phone.
Yeah.
Or on your iPad.
We need to know if you've been overseas.
That includes Stuart Island. Country.
So here, you might be,
Yeah. It's so cool.
Are we still live recording?
I had to finish the recording.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just thinking that.
Sorry. Councillor Ford's died, is that right? Councillor Ford? Councillor Owen? You got any questions, Councillor Owen or Councillor Byers? Councillor Byers, yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Regarding the austerity proposal, if we look at page 403, there's a good graph there which divides up the services, council services, into 3 categories. Tier 1 being essential, Tier 2 mandatory, and Tier 3 discretionary services. I would have thought that an austerity package, rather than focusing on the essential services, would be better as far as community outcomes were to focus on the discretionary services first.
What I was suggesting was that we cover all services, because if you just, you may recall I said roading is 41% of our operational budget, 3 waters is 15%, and on solid waste I think it's another 5 or 6. CAs, so you're probably up around close to 60% just in essential services. You then put in place the mandatory services, so the services you have no control over, you're probably 65 to 70%. You ain't going to pull out 5% without attacking those. So you actually have to, yes, you recognise with essential services that you need to provide some level of service. But the example of Matt used of, it may be if there's another bridge within 10 kilometres, there is the bridge that is failing or has to be closed, doesn't get replaced, then people just need to drive another 10 kilometres to be able to cross the river.
Yeah, sure. But I would have thought if 30 cents in the dollar was directed towards discretionary service, that would be a good place to look for austerity savings.
Sure. You have
discretionary.
Sure, you do. You have absolutely. You have arguably a greater level of discretion in those. But the point I was trying to make is you really need to attack all of the services, and then and yes, you've got greater ability of discretion around the other ones. Agree with that.
Okay, Councillor Douglas.
So given the impact that COVID-19 is having and will have for another 3 to 4 years, I would like us as a council to consider imposing a wage freeze for 12 months, and that would impact on both salaried staff and elected members. And although it's not going to be a huge amount of money in the total scheme of things, I think it sends a clear message to our community that we are serious, we've got their back, we understand what they're going through, and we could, it's something we need to do as part of our COVID-19 response.
It's certainly outside the scope of what we're talking about today, but I know that our salaries are set by the remuneration authority, so there's no comeback there unless they decide to do something, which they have done with anyone over 100,000. And then it can start, but we can talk about that. Absolutely.
Can I just make a comment there, Worship? Staff matters, that's an employment-related matter, so be very cautious and very careful how that is discussed. I suggest we put it to bed rather quickly.
Okay, so I just need to get my head in the right space. We're not discussing about whether we're using an austerity baseline or driving.
No, what the paper is suggesting is that what we want to do is paint the framework within which you might progress this decision making. We are suggesting that we develop up for you as a third option, because you got baseline and thriving and austerity option. So it's about expanding the list from which you can choose what are the right solutions that you want to go with your preferred option. So it's about giving you some choices. But what we wanted to do was get agreement to this is the sort of framework that you might use for selecting those options and then B, in your decision making, so that we are giving you options that fit within that broader framework. We're giving you the sorts of things you're prepared to entertain. That's why we brought the framework to you at this stage before we do a whole heap of work on the next stages of actually, because we didn't want to do a whole lot of work and then come back and say, no, we actually want this. We didn't want -5, we wanted -20.
I was just looking at item H,
or whatever. That was let's get some parameters around the work before we go and do it. So we bring you the sorts of options that fit within what you're after.
Do you Mr. point? The austerity or the options are much more than just it's the impact of the options that you will be needing to base your decision on. Not just a -5 versus a 2 versus a 10. It's actually providing the staff with the ability then to provide the detail for you to understand what the implications are. And as both Mr. Ruru and Mr. Russell talked about, kicking the can down the road becomes someone else's problem. But you need to understand what that means and with specific to the particular services or activities, services, levels of services. And as well as that, I think Mr. Ruru, the finance team are dealing with a top-down revenue and financing options as well, which need to come on the table both for the activity managers, but also you as the council in dealing with the prioritisation requirements. Just look at that all as one. If we keep providing you with just parts of the jigsaw, pieces of the jigsaw, and not providing you with the left hand and the right hand together, then it makes it very difficult for you to talk about what we were talking about before. So I think, because we've battered this, we've been fortunate in terms of we've battered this around for the last few weeks, and getting to that point that actually it's easy to put headings on things, but it's more difficult to actually gain an understanding of what the implications of those are, and not just the implications for the next 3 years. Because your decision, as has been pointed out today, the decisions the matters that you are making decisions on are for a lot of assets, which are 50 to 100-year assets. So the decisions you're making are decisions that are going to impact our communities for the next 50 to 100 years. And I think that will come through in the workings, or certainly, Mr. Russell, that's what we're aiming with our activity managers, isn't it?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, correct. And the only other comment I'd add to that, which is spot on, is that there are some major infrastructure deficit issues that already put us on the back foot. So understanding how we might look to address those issues without impacting the future or compromising our levels of service to a degree that is considered inappropriate is the lens that we're seeking to apply in providing that austerity baseline thriving context.
Councillor Riley, followed by Councillor Byers.
I just wonder if reading the report, if the word austerity is perhaps not quite the right word to use for that scenario. Austerity refers to sort of tax hikes and spending cuts to service debt, and the words that you've talked about in the presentation and also are in the report are more around modifying, refocusing, reallocation, reprioritising, effectiveness and efficiency. And I wonder if we're applying the wrong lens by having the wrong descriptive word overarching that scenario.
So playing on words, I don't know. Personally, not a fan of the word, but it does highlight what we need to be doing.
I'm suggesting that it might be, it's more of a reallocation of funds and reprioritisation as opposed to blanket spending cuts, which is what is implied by the word austerity.
Okay, so I've just had it pointed out to me by Fiona that used in difficult economic conditions created by government measures to reduce public expenditure. I guess that's it right there.
That's pretty close to where we're facing.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's where we're at.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, it's one of the options.
One of the options.
One of the options. We're looking at three.
Yes. So we're looking at the options of reevaluating that as well as the baseline, as well as the thriving going forward. So we're asking staff under H to look at the austerity, which could lead to the implementation of the austerity one. That's one we've got to be a bit careful with, but that's what we might be.
Yeah.
That's the price.
Your Worship, yeah, well, it's called austerity at the moment, but it's dealing with reduced spending on the essential services, whereas if we concentrated on some of the discretionary spending, such as strategic planning, economic development, natural cultural heritage, district leadership, I think after 3 years there would be, what, $6 million there, just off the cuff. It might be worth looking at austerity spending, or austerity measures as they apply to the discretionary spending of the council as well.
It would be across the board, which I'm sure that Mr. Ruri was explaining before. So we've got the higher percentage ones with our roading, et cetera, as well as, you know, when you add up smaller ones, it's not a lot, but as you say, over a period of time it could be. So it is everything, Councillor Boris.
Well, okay. Well, yeah. Can I expect to see that in the coming days, weeks?
It's in there.
Strategic planning and regional development as a possibility of areas to cut spending.
Under G, it's got can improve the effectiveness and/or efficiency of delivery of the range of services it provides. And we provide quite a range of services.
Through your worship, Mr. Ruder, this is a level of service conversation as well. So
it's a level of service, it's efficiency, it's a prioritisation, it's a rationalisation of taking away some assets, taking away some services, reallocating money, reducing resourcing in all areas of the business, which yes includes staff, yes includes elected members, all areas of the business.
And I guess it has a full wellbeing lens over top of all that.
Absolutely, that's part of the way in which you evaluate what are the implications of reducing those services. What are the implications of spending less money on museums? How would you do it? Councillor Byers actually made a suggestion in that regard, previous presentation at the last council meeting. How would we do it around roading? Because as I say, that yes, essential services are critical in terms of maintaining a level of service. So there's nothing more inequitable than no access. There is nothing more unequal than not having a road to get to a property. If the farmer has to be able to get his exports, and was a term I've used previously, about the first road out of the farmer's gate is equally as important as the last kilometre into the port. But the first kilometre out of the farmer's gate should reflect the level of need. How many trucks use that road? Now, obviously, that will vary to a farmer on a state highway, to a farmer at the end, at the last property at the end of a 20 kilometres of gravel road. Different levels of need because there's different volumes of traffic using it. So all of those things are equally, as well as all of the range of services and the way we support them and service them and deliver them. You know, there are a bunch of inputs to services, of which contractors and staff and elected members, democracy is part of that process. That all needs to be put on the table and looked at. And that's why, again, I suggest the first 3 years, years 4 to 10. District leadership is primarily about our governance and representation structure, as well as community grants and those things. That's what district leadership is, and I think it's 14 or 15% of our spend.
Yeah.
It's a big number.
31 cents out of the dollar, wasn't it?
31 cents of the dollar, I think it is in the annual plan, is spent on district leadership. So absolutely, council advised, those things will get covered in the how would we reduce applying a austerity option to district leadership, for example, are the sorts of things we will work our way through and present back to you as options for you to consider.
Thank you.
So, now, there's obviously timeframes associated with those because we have to do a representation review to change our democratic structure. So we can't do that until the next, we can do representation review this Friday. It could be a priority if you decide that's something you want to have a look at.
Okay, and economic regional development, south and wide, that's $10 million every 3 years. That's a significant chunk of money.
All going to be in the mix. Okay, any further questions around that, Councillor Byers?
Not around that particular issue, no.
Any questions from anyone else?
It's got to be done.
Okay, so there's quite a big recommendation here from A through to M. For about the fifth time now today, well, over the days. There's nothing in there that takes my eye. I did have a concern over that H, but I'm happy with that. It is just one of a number of the options that can lead to the implementation of the care. I'm happy with that. And there's nothing else that I'm querying. Are there any queries in relation to any parts of this recommendation before we go as a whole?
Just some clarification, Your Worship, on that last point in K, with the considering ratepayer and or customer affordability issues at the community rather than the individual ratepayer level. Is that because it's the way it's getting done at the moment, I understand, is the individual level, so just a bit of clarification around that.
Oh, this is saying when we do the allocation of funding, we need to look at, and in fact, Ms. Robson's got quite a comprehensive report coming to you soon on assessing affordability of rating against some different measures and providing some socioeconomic data, to complement the questions about what's the profile of different communities and the affordability to pay. So it's saying that really in terms of setting levels of service, you need to stay focused at a broader community level rather than dropping down to individual ratepayers as such. So you assess it for, we do it, for example, at the community level. So the Ojai, Nightcats, Wairio's, Winds and whatever, actually the census area unit is the way they generally tend to at those major community levels. She's also tried to apply some work at the rural communities as well.
It could be quite confusing in a way. I picked it up as Mr. Ruru said to me, that you picked it up differently, but it's to do with whether they can afford their rates or not.
Yeah, that's how I picked it up.
Yeah, so what we do is we use what we've been using in the last LTP as the Shand inquiry in 2007 suggested that, and it's one of the few places we've seen someone have a go at trying to define what is an affordable level of rating. What they did is look at, and banks use this, traditionally your accommodation costs should be up sort of 40% of your income. As you go for a mortgage, for example, often what's your income and your outgoings. So what Shand said, traditionally that's the measure. So of that 30% rates we would expect to be at say 5% of your household income. So as I said, it's one of the few places in which somebody has had a go at saying what's the full level of ratings. I'm not saying it's a completely objective or the standards you must meet. It's just one of the tools of measuring how does level of rating between different communities vary relative to that 5% of median household incomes? And there is obviously wide variability between different communities. And in fact, last time, at the back of the 2018 Nelson there's a table there that provides a list of rating. So again, some of the wide variations are high, like Capstone, 8% numeric, and then others are below. Overall, we're about 3.9, 3.5, 3.9% of rating. So it's just one of those pieces of information you can use to form a judgment about if this is our overall level of rating, is that a reasonable level of funding? Now, again, rating, as I said, is only 60% of your revenue. So if you want people to do those other streams to complement that, when you do get to the level of
to clarify that for you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions around any parts of this recommendation? If not, do I have a councillor to move items A and M? Councillor Rowan, second Councillor Scott. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you for your work on that one. Next item on the agenda is the response and recovery to COVID-19 on 8.1, page 407 of your agenda. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, this is very much a information paper that was attempting to just summarise in one place the range of steps we're taking so far to look at responding to COVID, providing some appropriate support mechanisms for our different sections of our community. And was very much intended to try and summarise into one place what we are actually doing at the moment. There is also further work we're doing, and you'll note in there places in which I have signalled there is further work being done, and we are continuing to do more work in this area in this regard. Stevenson's team is doing a bit of work around the three-section analysis projects, for example, that I know Mr. Campbell's had a draft of those that going through the review and critiquing process at the moment, and will that come through to the Community and Strategy Committee at some stage in the near future. So I was just trying to give you an overview of the range of steps that we are taking there. And look, there are also obviously work still underway in things like the contract management process and working our way through that with the costs of the lockdown period for example, are issues that we're just going to continue to work our way through. So very, very much a set information paper, and we're happy to take any questions on the councillors may have on that.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Roger. I've sort of had some concerns, and I think it has been mentioned here that work being done, say, in this case, the Tiana accommodation sector with their pan charges. So is that part of the work that you're talking about, Stephen, 15?
That will come back as part of the review of financing policy. So Ms. Robson and the finance team are busily consulting with the community boards, talking to the community boards at the moment, getting input. I know they've been to 2 or 3 of the boards, 3 or 4 of the boards anyway already. So they're gathering, talking to the boards, getting feedback from them initially, and then she's planning on coming to council in the near future to engage you in revenue and financing policy, and pan charges is one of those issues that will all get traversed in that process.
Councillor Douglas.
So paragraph 32, the responsible emergency management. So in Southland District, there's been 43 calls around food. Is that in relation to requesting food parcels, or what is that?
Food parcels, food in schools, hot meals, meals on wheels. And in the meantime, while those 42 inquiries have occurred, there are over something like 3,000 meals delivered to individuals throughout Southland. from Kai and other providers, including Winton, I think, had a setup, Taudau had a setup, Riverton certainly had a setup. So yeah, there was a lot of community support that they were eligible for to make claims to emergency management for the grocery bill, so to speak, on those. Some did, some didn't.
It would have been community food banks providing food as well on top of this.
Food response has been amazing.
So you'll see there, those are the sorts of things where, you know, the community board have got their discretionary extra 20,000 with the community partnership fund. Certainly there's the opportunity there for boards to support those local community groups of doing it if they need that support. We're certainly encouraging the community partnership, community leadership team to work with the boards to look at putting in place mechanisms that, you know, that let the boards make those support for us to do there.
And it's good to see council assisting with cash flow with businesses, the accounts that have been coming in, being paid the 11 to 20 per month. Okay, any questions by Zoom? Any questions in the room? Okay, so I'm happy to move the recommendation that all receive this report. One question by Councillor Douglas. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Next item is 8.2, unbudgeted expenditure on the Lion Hills Community Centre kitchen and supper room.
Oh, yes. Sitting in the tanks. Lot of there.
You on the stream.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. This unbudgeted expenditure report that went through the Services and Assets Committee previously, it's for the upgrade of the Lion Hills Community Centre kitchen and supper room. The project itself has been around for a couple of years. We finally managed to approve the scope of works for this particular piece of work. And based on the amount of funding that was in the budget, we had to ask for additional funds to complete the scope of works. So the purpose of the report is for unbudgeted expenditure of $10,241.78, which is to come out of the ward fund on top of the project budget, which is $10,220, and also the annual maintenance budget for the hall. So I'll take this report as read and prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Day?
Through you, Your Worship. How much was the total project cost?
$10,220 plus $10,241.78 and $7,378.22. Approximately $27,000.
So just as a general comment, I did actually get to that figure, but just a one-liner mark would have made it more simple and easy to understand.
Okay.
We want to know the total project cost, A. B, we want to know where the money's coming from to support that expense.
Thank you. I'll take that on board for this report.
Okay, so in front of you, you have the recommendations. Just D will be a change to the first sentence. It will be that the council approves the unbudgeted expenditure. Notes that the Reading Community Board meeting held on the 6th of May approved that didn't occur because of COVID. So it'll be approves the unbudgeted expenditure, blah, blah, through the Lime Hills Community Centre, coming out of the Lime Hills Community Centre maintenance budget. And the unbudgeted expenditure of $10,241.78 from the Winton Miles County Resort. And delete E. Okay.
Well, I'm happy to.
Whatever to move that.
Move that.
Fraser, seconded Councillor Menzies. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the disposal of the Matara Island. Just wait for the officer to come in.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. The Matara Island Hall requires work to bring it to standard, and this would need to be funded by a significant increase in the annual bill rate. As there has been little demand for the hall, we consulted with the community about the future of the hall. As no objections were received, the hall committee has requested that it be disposed of. We seek a resolution that this property is declared surplus and that the rating boundary is split between the adjoining rating boundaries. Take any questions?
Thank you. Any questions in regards to this item? Councillor Davis, Councillor Duffy.
Is there a known potential buyer of the site?
There is an interest in it, but the way it is structured is that it's crown derived, so it goes back to DOC to sell it.
So if the word proceeds, are you saying they wouldn't come?
We can apply for half to the proceeds. Yeah.
So my question was just about the sale. That would be something council would administer.
No, DOC would.
DOC would
We would
administer,
handle the information. over
including
to
the
DOC.
whole building aspect of it.
Yes.
Get half the check. You get 50% of the proceeds of that.
We can apply for it.
And the whole contents.
Yeah, I think we could go through the hall first.
Yeah.
Getting anything that we need out of there.
It doesn't mean the floorboards and things like that. Yeah, it's the case.
A lot of memories.
Like drinking.
The, on page 418, there's, in the resolution, there is resolves that the proposed split of the hall rating boundaries be addressed in the next annual plan. So is that the one that's coming up now, or is that the long-term plan as in next year?
Oh, it's probably a finance question.
It'll be the next LCP. We redo the boundaries for rating areas as part of the LCP process.
Right, so that'll.
So it should be a next long-term, in fact, 21 long-term plan is what it should read.
Yeah. We just need to make sure that it's noted there, someone's going to actually do it.
So you want to put the dates in there?
Yeah, so put it in there.
Yeah.
And also, do we have any idea how long this process will take?
Yeah, it'll be in the hands of DOC and where it fits in the queue with them. On how long it will take.
That's some time.
Thank you.
DOC will likely hand it to a Lynn's agent, presumably.
Yeah, they've got a stat land team in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Might do it themselves.
Yeah.
So in the interim, the rates will be collected and still taken in by SDC.
Yes, I would work through talk about that and also with the LTP and to we work through that. We have to, I think it would still collect the rates, the all rates until the boundaries are changed. Yeah.
It's covered in only there is that the hall funds will be split between the adjoining hall rate and the boundaries.
Okay, any further questions? Anyone on Zoom? All right, so there will be an amendment to 8 that results in the proposed split of the hall rating boundaries to be addressed in the 2021-31 long-term plan. Other than that, no changes. Councillor Kess moved, seconded. Councillor Scott, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Is that against, Mr Harper? Councillor Harper? No. No, delayed. Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, Your Worship, commend Teresa on the very good work she's done through this process.
Okay, item 8.4, which is the monthly financial report. The coming in on Zoom. Yes, she goes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. I'll take this report as read, but this report summarises the council's financial results for the 9 months to 31st of March 2020. Operating income is tracking along nicely, with income being 256,000 over projection. Operating expenditure is 1.02 million under year-to-date projection, and capital expenditure is 7.6 million under year-to-date projection, with wastewater and water supply activities being the major contributors to this. Wastewater is 4.4 million under year-to-date projection due to the COVID-19 lockdown. We are unlikely to complete desludging work in its entirety this financial year. Te Anau wastewater delays are unlikely to be recovered, and this has been forecasted in the reforecasting report. Water supply is 2 million under projection, and the COVID-19 response has impacted the Quinton Drive water main renewal in Te Anau and the Lumsden water main renewal work as well. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Kramer.
Thank you, Your Worship. So those projects that have been significantly affected by COVID-19 being deferred, they're all going to be carried over into the next financial year?
Through you, Your Worship, that's not a blanket response to each. So what I mean by that, I'll use the example of the Otautau water main. It was delayed Lumsden, Te Anau water main projects. We still anticipate that while those projects were placed on hold, we're still able to complete the works in this financial year. There will potentially be some impact through the carry forward process into the next financial year. I think the report actually notes in relation to the Te Anau water main replacement, there may be some dollars that slide into the early stages of the next financial year, but it's case by case, dependent on the status and progress of the project and scale.
So, Your Worship, will that have an impact on the pressure to achieve all the projects that we've got EarTech for the following financial year? We're just going to add to them. So, are we?
Through you,
there's a domino effect there,
and that's something we're assessing as we speak. We're reviewing next year's capital works program in the context of this year's forecasting and carry forward implications
to understand what our resource capacity issues or otherwise might look like. But one comment that I would make is that historically, under previous LTPs, year 3 tends to be a lighter year of capital works. So it is hoped that we have the capacity to absorb the additional work without jeopardising our ability to complete the works program. But as you know, we're on a bit of a journey with improving our capital works delivery performance, and we are hopeful that we can deliver what we've committed to deliver.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Okay, so you have the report and recommendations. That we received the report.
Yeah, we do.
Councillor Amos, seconded Councillor Douglas. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda is item 8.5, which is the unbudgeted expenditure for the EFTPOS machine, page 441.
Good afternoon, Worship, councillors. Here to talk about budget expenditure for EFTPOS machine purchase. Take the report as being read. Summary of this is currently we have a lease agreement that has expired, and we're in a position to either renew that lease or to purchase it outright at a cheaper cost. And from this council, our option is to purchase directly. Take any questions on?
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
So bottom line, leasing is 23% ahead of if we outright purchase on a cost benefit basis.
Correct.
Okay. That's fine.
Easy.
And I was going to ask a question in regards to that. So we do get an interest charge, but is there pay wave?
So our current devices do not support payway. New devices support it if we wish to turn it on. Yes, there is a merchant fee associated with that, and we'll do that on a case by case.
So it's EFTPOS mainly?
EFTPOS mainly. Because of the payway limitations of $200, we haven't used Jim's dogs, which that was yesterday.
Okay, any further questions from anyone?
So what would the pay option be at Wyndham?
Wyndham's already got its own machine, it's on a different side of this.
Just a question. People don't pay online, mainly go in and pay by EFTPOS.
We are starting to see a move towards paying online, which is really good. Those people have got the technology. There is still a demand across their district to be able to go into an office or each library to pay for the rates and other purchases.
Through you, Worship, I might interrupt that because I've probably got my finger on the pulse of that data. So we've actually seen a dramatic decline in people going into the site to pay manually, face to face, especially since over the last 8 weeks, our online transactions have increased dramatically. Yesterday, no cash at all, which was the first time ever we've had a day where we didn't take cash downstairs, but we still took payments. There is, with the main banks now looking, or 3 of the main banks looking at getting rid of cheques next year as well, there will be far greater demand from people making payments to be able to
pay via online methods or electronically as opposed to a physical piece of paper.
So if I may, I just want to pursue that just a little bit further. If we go to a totally online payment, that's still possible, still feasible, rather than spending all this on some EFTPOS machines.
That's a very good question. It really comes down to what level of service we want to provide to our community.
Still the same service.
Yet at that situation being actually aware enough to
We could, however, explore options of having another service provider to do those payments on our behalf. That always does come with a cost.
Yeah.
But so, for example, Environment Southland, you can pay your Environment Southland rates at any New Zealand Post outlet. So there are those other third-party suppliers like New Zealand Post that will take payments.
So how quickly do we need to make a decision on this?
So currently this is expiring. We're on a month-by-month scenario. It's costing us approximately $700 per month. So there's a premium to what we're doing today.
Savings, Councillor Cramer.
Sorry?
You're looking at some savings.
Oh, yeah, well, it's efficiencies, it's savings, and also convenience as well. So, I mean, it's actually more than just one. So, and there is that trend going towards online, and do we make this investment? I'm not saying we shouldn't. If you make the investment, you say, well, how long is it going to last? Is it in a year's time? Majority is going to get paid online. Do we bring that forward? And you're still providing a level of service, but it's different. It's in a different way. So, I mean, part of the analysis there is missing here. That component hasn't been looked at.
So if we were to go down that route, wouldn't there be an education period required to bring people along and get them an understanding of paying online as opposed to with invoice?
Through you, Your Worship, other councils that have gone cashless, for example, have set a date and time and worked towards that with their communities so that it was well documented, or you might decide or that potentially you only have EFTPOS at some of the main sites that take the bulk of the transactions, like your Winton and Tiana, but you may not have EFTPOS available at a site that receives these payments. But if you have New Zealand Post as a potential other provider, that also can combat that.
Councillor Fraser, Keith Scott.
I'm just going to say, what's the lifespan of these? Are you talking the 3-4 year cycle? 3 years.
Is the warranty period.
Yep.
They will last longer. At least the advantage of buying them, we can recirculate them through. We can carry on past that 3 year period we currently time. So if we find we're getting a lot of users at a particular site, we have the ability to move this. As part of this analysis, we did reduce the number from 12 down to 10 because we recognised that we did have more in our environment that we needed. So we fully support the idea of going electronic. That's the drive. I think there is a period of time where we need to take care of community on the journey.
That's that part that probably just not what to.
And that 3 year lifespan is probably that period of time.
Yep.
So through you, Your Worship, there is also, with online, there are a couple of organisations and banking organisations that our current online supplier doesn't support, being the likes of a SBS and Government Bank. So at present they can't choose to use at least our website and website portal to make those payments.
Keith and Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Your Worship. So how many machines do we have in total?
Currently we have 13 machines. This one we've got Window, which is on a separate rotation.
That's fine.
So we've currently got 12 that we're looking to whose leases at 5. We want to reduce it down to 10.
I was just thinking if there was another supply, then I didn't think it should be from numbers the officers mentioned there, but thinking that buying these ones might, if there was another contract coming up, we could be using them around as we work through getting rid of them.
So those are valid options. If we decided we're going to change the way we're doing it, ultimately, we've got 2 buses going. Take one of those machines and get a second bus.
Yeah.
Councillor Scott.
Just a couple of points. Just with the New Zealand Post option, I think the way New Zealand Post is going, the postal agencies can't take payments, and a lot of the smaller towns are moving into that kind of a setup, and it's only the franchises in your big areas that can do it. So I think that would almost kind of defeat itself as being a potential option. And also with Councillor Kramer's point, I think based on my experience with ratepayers over this period where they haven't been able to go in and pay and they've had to pay online, they've had some difficulty. I think there's still a sort of subsection of society that's not quite ready yet to do everything online, and I think this would be a good time to actually start the process of educating and going towards, but I think we can't do without it just yet. I think there's still a great number of people that do require it.
That's a fair comment, Your Worship. It's a process of getting there. So, yeah, strategically, that should be part of this report as to where we want to end up.
But definitely good time to start looking at it here. So.
Councillor Menzies.
Thank you. You've got 2 at Stewart Island. So you cannot pay for your recycle charges at the council one.
So there was a decision made by council a number of years ago to have 2 at Stewart Island. Yeah. So that review, if that's what's required.
I thought you just reviewed.
Yeah, so what we've done is we've reviewed based on what we had in front of us, which said Stewart Island required 2 on the refuge centre, which is outside of the actual township, the office. I see the councillor.
Councillor Ford, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The machines at the recycling centre at Stewart Island, I was imperative in getting that installed because it took all the cash away from that facility, and we have gained considerably more payments in recent times because of that factor. So a lot of people will have a plastic in their pocket, and there's only trivial things. They'll buy rubbish bags, they'll pay for any additional recycling, etc. So for us, that's quite important we continue that.
So thank you for that answer. Councillor Duffy.
So the other transfer stations, like I paid by EFTPOS at Wyndham, so is that a different lot of EFTPOS machines?
Correct, that's managed by the orders contractor.
Okay.
Okay.
So we don't have anything to do with those ones?
It's no new service.
Okay, any further comments, questions in regards to this item? All right, you have it in front of you. There is the recommendations A through to D. Moved by Councillor Douglas, second Councillor. Sorry. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you for that. Next item on the agenda is page 445, shovel ready projects report.
Okay, this is a report for your information again. What I do ask you to endorse the list of projects that we submitted. Just formally presenting to you the list of projects that were submitted to the shovel ready process. Obviously, the government well advanced in the decision-making process around those. So we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So this is the matter that was raised a few weeks ago in regards to bringing this to council for formal sign-off. You've all been advised the reason why it was hurried through. We only have a matter of hours, and thank you to Mr. Russell and the team, Mr. Ruri, etc., for getting this together. So, are there any questions around this matter? Councillor Menzies.
Just endorsing the thanks to staff for the quick work they were required to do and did do on this to get it done within the time frame. So I don't imagine that was easy at the time everything else was going on as well, and holidays and COVID. My thanks.
Thank you. And we still haven't heard, so still waiting to see. Any further questions, Councillor?
I just think the whole thing's excellent and well done, everybody, as said. I'll be quite happy to move the recommendation.
Okay, go councillor Duffy's moved the recommendation, seconded by councillor Menzies.
Aye.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. So all the reports now are done. We're going to move into public excluded.
Can I just take a pause, Your Worship, please?
Sorry?
Can we just take a pause?
Yes, absolutely. So before we move into public excluded, we're just going to take a pause and make sure all of our systems are off.